Okay. All right, guys, welcome to the kickoff of the AI Hackathon. We're live on a live stream, so if you guys please enjoy the talks today. If you did want to have a conversation, please go to the kitchen or the garden, and we'll get started. This is the AI Hackathon. My name is Sean Brennan. I joined the Bio Protocol almost 5 months ago to lead a new team around agentic science. And after months of work, we now have a few different code repositories that are open source, and we've invited many developers to join a 2-month-long hackathon to kickstart basically the idea of agentic science. So that's creating plugins, that's creating new like internal logic for how the agents think. And so this presentation is about the BioAgents and how to build them. There's going to be a more dev-focused tutorial tomorrow, but this is more of an overview. And so let's dive in. Just really quickly, Bio Protocol is about accelerating science through the creation of BioDAOs, which are tokenized DAOs around research. So each BioDAO has a specific domain of science that it is researching, either for basic research or with the aim of creating therapeutic products. And so BioDAOs have existed for almost 2 years, and there's around 12 or 13 right now live. And so this example is for VitaDAO. And so these DAOs have a vetting and funding process. They're creating IP, and the proceeds of the eventual sale of that IP go back into the DAO. So BioDAOs have existed for a long time, and BioDAOs can thrive and flourish even without AI. But because the recent advances in AI over the past years, we have to ask the question, how can AI accelerate what the BioDAOs are doing, both in terms of how the humans coordinate the different kind of like soft social layers of a DAO. How do they get more funding? How do they get marketing? But even more important, and what most of this talk is about, is around the science aspect of it. And so we've created these agents called BioAgents that are meant to be very good at specific research steps, discrete steps of knowledge work. And when you start to chain together discrete steps of knowledge work, it starts to look like the scientific process. And so not many people in the world are trying to do this, and we'll dive into that in a sec. So, BioAgents. The Bio Protocol is pioneering agentic science over planetary scale compute to increase the throughput of thought. This is a term I invented to kind of start to measure what it looks like when you have a parallelized fleet of agents all hooked together and all able to complete scientific tasks. So we're going to give these agents, we're going to give the BioDAOs the ability to send tasks to the agents, and those agents will complete the task, send the output to the human researcher, or continue on to the next task. So in this way, we're giving these BioDAOs not just one agent, but many agents, because the tasks of the scientific tasks are, in the field of biology and biotech and bioscience as a whole, more parallelizable than they are in maybe like DeFi or other aspects of maybe like a sales process for agents. So when we talk about scientific agents, we want to create one agent that is very good at doing specific tasks, but as soon as we have one agent that is well suited for that and is expert in that process, a lab, if we give it to a lab, for example, it's going to ask for 2 agents. It's going to want to double the speed of its process. And so we're preparing for a fleet of BioAgents that are able to handle that. And separately, but similarly, we're also building what's called core agents, which are for the DAO's coordination needs. Both of these are built on top of the Eliza framework. And if you hadn't heard of that before, we will talk about that soon. But this is like the best kind of a mental model for what we're building. Here's a quote from the founder of OpenAI. We expect the impact of AGI to be uneven. Although some industry will change a little, scientific progress will likely be much faster than today. this impact will surpass everything else. So given that, I think one of the ideas that I have is that so much of the world is compute. When you hear about AI, you hear about training new models, decentralized training, centralized training, open source, closed source. All of them are caring about creating foundational models, which are like Anthropic Claude, OpenAI's GBTs. All of these models are getting better and better over time, but there's kind of two scenarios. Either they'll continue to accelerate, and you have this idea of artificial general intelligence or artificial superintelligence, and that is one scenario of the world, and the world will look way different in 5 years, and those agents will be able to do science and basically do all this coding themselves in a way. The other scenario is that if the research into foundational models starts to plateau, and all this compute that has been doing basically the task to train, like the machine learning task to train models, all that compute is going to be incrementally less and less valuable as the agent's intelligence starts to plateau. So what we're preparing for is, with all that compute, what are they going to put it towards? And what I posit is that the next best thing to work to put that compute towards is actually running the models that they just created. And so all these different data centers and compute providers around the world are going to realize that they can start to run agents instead of training better agents, if that makes sense. So what this quote points out is that when you have many, many different agents, the necessary thing to do is give them a task, and give them the prompt, and give them the tools to do their job. And the job of advancing science, I think, is going to be the most valuable job out there. And the point of this hackathon is that many different agent frameworks right now have not had the scientific tools or the different scientific integrations, either like Web2, you could call it like trad science. There's not that many integrations for agents right now. And so one of the goals of this hackathon is to increase the surface area of how agents can interact with the scientific world. For the live stream, these are the 3 main repositories that we'll be working on. It's on the GitHub bio-xyz, and there's these 3 repositories: plugin BioAgent, BioAgents, and core agent. And to go a little bit more in detail, when you talk about scientific agents, what do they do? Here I'll go through this quickly, but basically the ideation of new science. It can be analyzing existing literature, finding gaps in literature, and then you basically force them to have an insight by prompting the agent to, you try to force a hypothesis to be generated from the existing data set. Given almost any paper, any 2 papers, a knowledge graph, you can ask, just like you can ask a person, what are the next steps here? And so a lot of the hypothesis generation is about asking an agent, what are the next steps? What would you propose to experiment on this set of data to discover something new about the data set? And then there's experiment design. There's the statistical process once you get the experimental results back. And there's even like writing papers. This is a 2-month-long hackathon, so we're starting with the very initial, like there's the top 2 steps, and trying to focus on the knowledge graphs and hypothesis generation part of it. That's the very start, and it's basically a hard problem to write a paper that is valuable and sound, and well, it's a challenge to get there, I'll just say that. Something that we've developed over the past weeks is what's called the BioAgent plugin. It's built on Eliza version 2, which just recently is coming out. It's an Eliza plugin tailored for researchers and bioscientists for converting scientific papers into structured knowledge graphs and knowledge assets. These knowledge assets integrate seamlessly into RDF triple scores, such as Orton Trails DKG and the OxyGraph, which is based on Sparkle, it's called. It's a knowledge graph term. And so this enhances data management and advances biological research capabilities of the generic Eliza agent. Some of the details of how it works is that we're continuously monitoring a Google Drive for new scientific documents that are uploaded to it. Upon detection, it automatically transforms the papers into a structured knowledge asset and incorporates them into a dynamic knowledge graph. These knowledge graphs are they're perfectly well suited for other agents to kind of traverse them and look at them. And they exploit these graphs to generate novel biological hypotheses about the graph itself. And so it supports almost any domain of science. There's a little bit opinionated about the biological, it's something called ontologies. So this initial version is well suited for biology problems, and including genetics, molecular biology, and synthetic biology. And then one last part is that we have another LLM that's actually grading and has a rubric to score each hypothesis as it's generated. And so you have an automated way of ranking the hypotheses that are generated. There's a lot to improve here as far as I call it the throughput of thought. It's about increasing the speed of each step of this process, where we want to be able to take a corpus of papers and process it into a knowledge graph very, very fast. We want to be able to take a knowledge graph and process it into thousands of hypotheses very, very fast. And then we want to score those hypotheses also, of course, very, very fast. So this, like each agent can do those steps in one, say like one time cycle. And so we want to prepare the system so that we can set up many different agents and get these tasks done very, very, very fast. So because for right now, like we started with the base in the repository is a set of papers around longevity science. But we'll quickly be adding to that with more domains of science around the BioDAOs, which is around many different things. So expect to see multiple like example knowledge graphs. And we invite you in the hackathon to use this to add in, basically, create your own knowledge graphs based on the domain of science that you're most familiar with. I think for this hackathon, there are many people who are coming from the Web3 crypto blockchain side of things. So we're asking you to basically learn this AI framework, and then the mentors we have are incredible, they're world class, and they have the bioscience, the meta science, and they have that knowledge that they have happily and graciously made themselves welcome to share their expertise with you. So it's really, BioAgents are at the intersection between blockchain, AI, and biotech. And so if you're missing some parts of that, please, we have the resources to learn the other parts. And all this is, again, all this is very new. And so just by taking a few steps forward, you'll be suddenly ahead of the world, or like ahead of anyone else in the world, because no one else is really combining these things in this way yet. So talked about it a little bit so far, but one of the goals for BioProtocol this year is to create a fleet of 1 million BioAgents. And we can do that by each agent runs in a container, and these containers are much easier to run than like a traditional like machine learning compute job. So they're actually easily to be parallelized across global compute. And this concept is very similar to AlphaFold at home. Maybe audience participation. Who's heard of AlphaFold? Great, most of the room. It has had 3 versions so far. It's a collaboration between Google DeepMind and a company called Isomorphic. It just won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for 2024. And the company behind it just raised like $600 million. And because it's pretty incredible, they had basically 2 million people around the world agreed to donate their computer time, their extra compute, electricity, towards the public good of solving protein folding. And while the actual code of AlphaFold is closed source, they've made the data set result public. And so researchers can use that data set. But the actual code is closed source. So what we have to ask is that how many, so they have 2 million users around the world, approximately, as part of AlphaFold. But you have to ask the question, using blockchain tokenomics, how can you incentivize more than 2 million? Would it be 20 million, 200 million? It changes it from being a donation-based to being a like more game theory, like profit-seeking motives for participants around the world. But we think that this can allow the fleet of agents in our network to grow even larger than AlphaFold. So the bio token is going to be used to stake on agents. To be clear, like this hackathon itself, it won't be using the bio token, but the end goal is to have these agents running in a global compute cloud. And because there's a permissionless nature to it, the bio token is used to stake on agents, and we can have basically extra rules around ensuring that the agents behave in the correct way. And when we have an overcapacity of agents in this like giant fleet, first we aim to serve the BioDAOs for their needs. But when we have an overcapacity, like the worst thing that an agent can be is idle. Like if it's just an agent is just sitting there, not doing anything, that's just wasted time, wasted compute, electricity, all the things. So we have to work with like external parties and basically invite them to send tasks into our fleet of BioAgents, and then the agents will just quickly complete that task, get the result back to the researcher, and they're happy. But this is, in a way, similar to what, again, like Google's doing with AI co-scientist, is a thing that Google launched a few weeks ago. So they have, again, like you can chat with their website. This is just like a test preview so far. Everyone here should apply for it. Let me know if you get access. I'm curious. It is just, again, like a closed source version. There's privacy concerns, data concerns. So again, we're doing the open source version of that. And as we have this giant fleet, third parties like biotech researchers, labs, even just like passionate individuals will be able to send tasks to our fleet easier than they can spin up a whole fleet of agents themselves and get these giant scientific tasks done themselves. Like using bio and using our fleet is going to be the easiest way to do that. The one thing I want to point out is that we're creating these agents, and again, like think about the development. When you're developing agents, there's a specific loop that the agent can be part of. And so the loop can be ingesting research papers, just to take the top of this example. It can be processing research papers one by one, confirming that's right, fixing it, and there's, again, for the hackathon, there's ways to improve just the process research paper step. There's definitely projects that can spend weeks on this, and perfecting it would be awesome. But then once you complete like one step, you can move to the next step. And so once you process the papers, you add them to a knowledge graph. And what I want to point out is that each one of these steps can either be run by itself, if like a BioDAO or a task, like just one of these steps can be useful for if it's like the bottleneck, or a human researcher is like missing the expertise to complete the step. We want to be able to have the BioAgent basically complete that one specific discrete step. And yeah, so there's knowledge graph, hypothesis generation, and going forward, once you have a hypothesis, of course you need to test it, and you need to design an experiment. And one of the cool things about Eliza plugins is that it makes it very easy to call an outside API. And so there's a new suite of companies that are cropping up that are called like cloud labs, or they do in silico validation, which just means like on chip. And so the agent, when it comes up with an experiment, well, it can't actually affect the world, so you might think, oh, like that's done. They have to pass it off to back to the human researcher, and they have to complete the experiment by themselves. But actually, no, these labs have APIs where you can just send an API request to the lab and receive within hours, days, weeks, depending on the experiment, you receive the result. And so this is a new way to let the agents like affect the world and complete experiments. This is super new. This is an active area of research. The hackathon itself is not, basically we don't expect the hackers to complete this step. We're going to offer some tools and work with some companies to try to help this towards the end of the hackathon. But again, the hackathon itself is focused on the top 3 steps here. But to complete the process, when you have experimental results and they're positive or null, we want to put those results on-chain and focus on like this new idea of on-chain science, where we can be creating attestations and also IP NFTs. There's the sister company to Bio, it's called Molecule, and they have both something called proof of invention and IP NFTs that are useful for agents when they reach this step of having proven experimental results in the case of IP NFTs, and proof of invention can actually happen earlier, and we'll talk about how a team can integrate with that either later today or tomorrow. We'll have a guide for that. And one of the points of this is that we want to increase the throughput of how many basically scientific ideas reach that final step, like intellectual property productization or sale of it. We think that the agents can help the BioDAOs get there faster. They can help external parties get there faster. And the really sci-fi idea is when you have all these steps working, we can have basically a fleet of agents start to process these steps and run through these steps all by themselves. And that's the idea of autonomous science, which we're not there yet, but you can see, like, as these agents get smarter, as they have more tools, as we perfect the prompts and the benchmarks and like all these parts, we can start to put all these things together and just run this end to end. And what you have is a system where you just basically input crypto or stablecoins, or basically you just input resources, and the agent system thinks through these steps, thinks through problems, it does all these knowledge work steps, and then the end result of putting in resources is that you get IP, you get basic research, you get further scientific advancement. And it's pretty close to happening, so the hackathon is focusing on the first parts, and really super excited to get towards the last parts, but it's a hard problem. So I want to point out the main prize track for the hackathon has a reward of $75,000. It is focused on projects that utilize the existing tools and connect them to the Eliza framework. If you contribute to the on-chain publication of scientific research artifacts, that's highly favored. We really encourage you to speak to the judges and share ideas and ideate on what you want to build in these first days and weeks. Because there's a list of project ideas, and we just want to make sure you're off to the right start. So the focus really is to generate meaningful scientific outputs, emphasizing information organization, knowledge graph generation, and hypothesis generation. We do have something we want to emphasize this first few days is a short plugin sprint where there's many different Eliza plugins. We're going to have an in-depth tutorial on this tomorrow, but there's pretty simple to fork an Eliza plugin and work with it, and we have examples. And there's hundreds of them right now, many around blockchain, around connecting different APIs. And what's lacking is any sort of scientific APIs. There's one for Origin Trail, which we're using, but there's not much connection between the agents and the Web 2 traditional science world. And so we're having a sprint to create more of them in the very beginning. And then there is a checkpoint at the Solana event in New York City. It starts May 19th, goes to the 23rd. And so that's in about 5 weeks, where there'll be a mid-hackathon checkpoint. And there's also a prize associated with teams then. And the final grand prize will be prizes rewarded in DeSci Berlin. So back here in 2 months will be the final judging. A few more things to talk about. So far I've talked about the scientific agents called BioAgents. There's something else that we see necessary to build in order to scale the number of BioDAOs. Again, I said there's on the order of 10 BioDAOs right now, but we'd really like to see that number 10x, 100x, to go to 100 BioDAOs, 1,000 BioDAOs, because every research lab could be a BioDAO. And so every passionate individual, everyone could be a BioDAO. And so what we're seeing is that there's a human scaling factor in a bottleneck in that each BioDAO is almost like a mini research lab, a mini startup that has to care about token price, has to care about marketing, has to care about coordinating the DAO, has to do all these things that most Web2 researchers have not been familiar with. And so we're creating agents that have those skills. Again, it's based on Eliza, they have plugins, but they have, instead of scientific skills, they have skills to assist anyone with basically running a BioDAO. So this is a separate prize track. And again, like it's still using the Eliza framework, and if you're familiar with one, you're familiar with the other. But we think there's really cool things to build here around onboarding community, around automating multi-steps of marketing based on, say, like a electronic lab notebook or someone's GitHub activity. There's all these things to do here, and we're excited to see what people come up with. And it can be just kind of a final note is that we're envisioning this as both an active assistant where you're chatting with an AI agent. It's turn-based, kind of like ChatGPT, where it's very knowledgeable about both the science of what you're building and also the guide on how we think it's best to create and build a BioDAO. It also can have a passive assistance where it's just maybe kind of sitting and listening inside of your Discord or Telegram, GitHub issues, and is able to take data from one source and work on it and convert it to another source, which just creates helpful side effects, and like positive side effects for what you're doing, and just feels like magic, and will help the BioDAOs. The last part, I want to talk about something called scientific foundational models. Foundational models are what we usually call like LLMs. It's the OpenAI's like O1 version, ChatGPT, Claude, like all these are called foundational models. And there's now a few different scientific foundational models that are basically not only fine-tuned, but actually like trained from the very beginning to be experts in a specific domain of science. And that can be like actually modeling, like they have a world model of the physics and biochemistry and all this. And so they're able to have better answers and able to like traverse a knowledge graph and understand not just at a ChatGPT level, but they have a deep ingrained scientific knowledge. And so there's a recent company I pulled this quote from called Open Athena, where there'll be critical infrastructure for a new era of major scientific discoveries, and we have to test this hypothesis. We have to start to build with them. And one thing that help with the clicker maybe. Oh, okay. A few slides are missing. I'll upload this as well. There is so what I want to talk about is I wanted to point out two foundational models. One is called Evo2 by Arc Institute. So there's multiple foundational models out there, but these are kind of the two I would look at as a hacker and we're starting to build with. One's called Evo2 by Arc Institute, which is a model trained on basically genetics and biology and DNA. And cool. Yep. So So yeah, maybe we can just. Okay, now it's working. Cool. So Evo 2 is a model that is the best model yet for biology. NVIDIA, Stanford, UC Berkeley, UCSF built this, and it's open source. The bottom text there is trained on over 9.3 trillion tokens, in this case nucleotides, from over 128,000 genomes across the 3 domains of life. And basically this came out last month, and it's just completely underexplored. Probably hundreds of startups can be built on this and use this and work with this. And so I want to invite hackers to, basically most of the code we're using, we'll use OpenAI or other open source models for the, like how to complete tasks and actions and uses tools. But I want to explore the idea of creating plugins that when the task is related to, in this case, biology and DNA, the model uses, instead of OpenAI's, it uses this Evo 2 model. And I think we can really see powerful results that come from this. And the other one I want to highlight is called TX Gemma, which came out just last week or a week and a half ago by Google, which has had state-of-the-art results on reasoning-intensive chemistry and biology tasks. And so this is open source. We're working with a few different kind of hosting companies to host the model for hackers. We should get this working. And it's just, it's amazing at answering questions around anything around like therapeutic drug discovery and say like the toxicity of chemicals and whether something has a certain like docking site, and it's just basically an expert in anything around drug discovery. So this is something that is super powerful. No one's really hacked on this before, and these models just came out. And so I think it's really fertile ground for hackers to build on. The other piece of it is we have amazing mentors and judges, as I said before. So we have a few different ways to chat with them, and they'll have office hours throughout the weeks and months. We'll have a few talks from them later today. And lastly, I think the sponsor of the hackathon are an incredible group of companies, and they have made themselves available to help out every hacker as well. Finally, you really should use the code-generating AI tools that have been coming out. Cursor, Windsurf is more like developer-focused. There's other ones. But there's like a proper techniques that we've shared in the documentation on how to get the best results from this. Interestingly, I think yesterday, the CEO of Shopify, one of the largest companies in the world, sent out like an internal memo that he shared publicly about how he's mandating that every employee start to use AI in their job, and like it's going to be part of like quarterly reviews, and like basically experimenting with AI is not just for developers, but it's for everyone. And I think Coinbase is also implementing the same thing. And so if you're a developer and you maybe bounced off of using Cursor or Windsurf, like these are better tools now, and you will for sure accelerate how fast you can code. So to wrap it up in a quick summary, agentic science is a new field with increasing capabilities and throughput of technical thought. The Bio Launchpad is a upgrade of the bio funding model, where it's permissionlessly allows curation and funding for any size team. And a BioAgent fleet will speed up the production of testable insights and experimental results for every BioDAO and biotech firm. And so what we can do in the hackathon similar to that, you can either use the BioAgent plugin we built or fork it and improve it. You can implement different foundational models and integrations to create many new Eliza plugins. You can use the BioAgent repo. So we have the plugin, and then we have a different BioAgent repo that's more about the knowledge graph creation and hypothesis generation. You can improve the knowledge graph and the hypothesis generation and testing. And use the resources we have available for you. Thank you very much for listening. We have a few more talks. If you're not part of it yet, everyone listening on the live stream, We have a Discord, discord.com/invite/bioxyz. Please join it. The main communication and everything around the hackathon will be communicated through this platform. So next up, I think I'd love to introduce the CEO of Bio, Paul Kohlhaas. Actually, do you want to do questions? Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Cool. Good morning, everyone. Super warm welcome. Thank you so much for being here. It's an absolute pleasure to open this 2-month-long virtual hackathon. It's always nice to actually do in-person kickoffs, even though when you do in-person events. So I was really trying to think of this, like why are we here today? And instead of kind of giving one of those typical talks where we talk about, like, I think a hackathon is a place where you combine ideas and throw stuff against the wall, right? To build new, exciting things. And so instead of doing my normal talk, I'm going to do a Q&A with Sean and with some of you, because I want to actually hear from you. What are the problems that you see in science today? What are the problems that you've experienced in DeSci? And then begin going into how do we actually think that agentic science or bioagents can solve them. And I'll start with a little analogy, analogy, an example of why the work that Sean is doing here is so incredibly important to advance the field of DeSci. So at least coming from the bio lens and like coming from molecules lens, one of the biggest bottlenecks that we always thought we had in science, like, was funding, right? There's a huge lack of funding in science, and I'll showcase a little example of why funding actually isn't the bottleneck, or like funding is of course a big bottleneck, but so we Molecule Brennan launched a platform last year called Molecule Catalyst. And one of the first projects on Molecule Catalyst was a project spearheaded together with 2 of our leading DAOs, one with Cerebrum and with VitaDAO. And it's a project in Switzerland with the University of Zurich and University of Basel, looking at Alzheimer's research. And the project was funded, I think roughly for 250 or 300,000 in August last year. Stefan, is that correct? Around that time, yeah, in August last year. And it's taken us until, and so this is money that like a crowd of people from all over the world using decentralized technologies contributed. And since then, it's been sitting on a multisig. And the researcher would love the money, right? And they just want to do the research. It's really, really promising early stage Alzheimer's research. Mark, you're at Cerebrum. Can you quickly share something about transfidelity? Like, because I know you guys put in one of the largest checks to fund it, right?
Yeah, so we were working on this also for Solana based in.
Oh, sorry.
So yeah, since we're also based in Zurich, I guess it was also easier to coordinate with the TTO office and the researchers to also spearhead part of this and help facilitate it, taking it to launch, which is finally closed. I know there are some issues also discussing with TTOs, so talking about blockers, just like the whole facilitation of the process could also facilitate going from the funding to the project planning and the research and execution. So yeah, we're really excited. It's one of the 3rd projects that we've been launching through funding, and now going heads down with CROs and researchers and making the science happen.
Do you mind quickly telling people, like, 1-2 sentences what the project is about in terms of like?
So I've been a bit outside of the trans fidelity project. I'm working more on some of our others, like Percepta and Fission Bio, which is about mitochondrial dysfunction.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can give an update a bit later on.
Okay. The point that I wanted to, so it's a really promising early stage Alzheimer's project. And the point that I was trying to make is a decentralized community came together, funded the project, it got tokenized. But since then, the money's been sitting in a multisig, because the first tech transfer at the University of Zurich at some point was like, no, we've kind of changed our mind about this. Maybe we'll fund it ourselves now that you have the money to fund it, even though the pre-negotiations went. And then I think the project changed universities, and then it took another like almost 9 months now to do the funding part of the science, right? And to actually move the science on chain. So the missing piece in this is like the legal rights related to a real world entity to like just move it on chain. And it's not like, there's no tech that we could build to like make it go faster. And that's kind of dumb. And so one thing, some of you may have heard of an organization called LabDAO. LabDAO actually first started kind of pioneering this, pioneering this concept of like, what if we had native on-chain IP generation using computational biology, right? Decentralized computational biology. And so I think one of the biggest missing parts, so we think funding is a big bottleneck in science, but it's actually the entire process of how science is conducted and where kind of the spark begins, which is why I actually really like, no, we don't have it on this one, but if you look at our original hackathon invite, there's like a little dandelion leaf, which is like, where does the spark of science begin? And this is where I think agentic science gets super, super interesting. So I believe that the next big scientific breakthrough is not going to come from a researcher at a university in their lab that had an idea, but it's going to emerge from an online community, right? Or from a fleet of scientific agents that get prompted by people all over the world to do certain things. And so that fundamentally changes how novel scientific ideas can be born and incubated. And for us at Bio and much more broadly in DeSci, it would make generating novel IP much more straightforward. And then from there, like I still see a huge role for like traditional academia and traditional industry to be involved in validating those ideas, right, in doing the research. Let's take this project, for instance, transfer reality. It would have been much easier if someone in a BioDAO had been like, oh, cool, let's test this thing, and then let's contract these researchers at this university. They can still write a paper about it, right? But now it's not trapped in kind of this old cycle where you can even put up the money, but it takes 9 months to close it. And there was even, I think, 6 months in pre-negotiations for this project. I'm super excited for this project. It's, I think, launching this week or next. We would have to ask Kevin. Cool, so I think that's one example. And there's obviously many things I think that we can solve with agentic science. But I wanted to do a quick hands up. Who has worked in the scientific field? Okay, wow, quite a lot. So what are some of the biggest problems that you feel you're faced in the way that science can be conducted and progressed? Very, very big of a question.
I think you highlighted it already. A lot of the administrative blocks take a lot, especially when you're dealing with biomedical things. You're dealing with ethics as well as pre-approval and these things. And you could just be waiting for 6 months. And then this is only to get your project approved. And this is before, I mean, even in the traditional sense, if you followed all of the normal protocols, it's funded, it's past approval, and then you still gotta wait. So I think that's a big thing. And how agents deal with ethics is another issue. If they're solely dealing with published data, then this is not so much a problem. But if we're developing plugins and APIs that can access human data sets, that's a whole other monster that has to be reconciled with, I think.
Anyone else?
In my experience, a lot of delays in terms of writing a grant for something and getting the grant 2 years after, or even a huge amount of work from a team to write a grant and not knowing if you will be running that kind of research with that grant 2 years down the line. And without knowing if there is someone else that is already working on this. So it's really fragmented and also very much delayed. The science you see published, it's almost 3 years old. You have to really go to conferences to see what it's actually going on. And still there, you don't see what it's actually happening because it's already almost ready to be published data. So yeah, it's like what we see now, it's 2 years old almost.
And at the same time, we live in this extremely quickly accelerating world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah, Rafa?
Yeah, I'm thinking also of like replication studies. They're not really prioritized, although we know that we need converging evidence for like a particular topic or a particular finding, because a simple study might not necessarily tell us, okay, yeah, this is a fact. So, but unfortunately, they're not prioritized because everyone is looking for something novel, and like connecting that to the funding, like there's not funding prioritized for replication studies compared to something that will find like gaps in the knowledge or like something that hasn't been researched before. So like that's one problem, and especially for like studies that do not find like positive effect or something like that, they would rather be not prioritized compared to something more like novel, or that sometimes that's like more promising to show effect versus showing that like a second study that shows no effect on something.
Really good point. Actually, on both of those things, something that I was thinking that could be enabled through, in an agentic way, at least micro grants. Like imagine in the future you could have like essentially automated grants, where like once your study is verified, or you can upload some preliminary data, you automatically receive milestone-based grant payments. Okay, quickly, because I need to watch the time. I know many of you have also worked in DeSci, and I highlighted a big problem that we've experienced in DeSci is like it's actually not the speed of funding or the speed of capital, it's the speed of which science can move on chain. But yeah, super curious to hear from anyone who's worked in DeSci for a while, what you've experienced as some of the biggest problems that, yeah. Johannes.
Yeah, definitely if you're doing dev work, data in silos is an issue. So you would like to have access to all the data from all the DAOs, but yeah, like having structured, organized data is always really helpful, and yeah.
Yeah, really good point. Where did you experience that?
Like a couple years ago, basically when we had still having a lot of applications from researchers and all the DAOs, and like if, for example, if an agent should take a look at all of them, he would need to go to 6 to 10 different places, different structures. Yeah.
So that's where a knowledge graph could be super cool.
Yeah.
Could we actually use knowledge graphs for actual like deal flow applications, like project applications, or?
It'd be part of. You'd have the agent can look at different resources in order to make a decision about like a deal flow and an application for a study, and knowledge graph would be one part of that. I think, yeah, we've talked about a lot of different ideas, and there's going to be a talk later about more specific ideas for hackers to work on. But we have the upcoming talk.
Yeah. Cool. I could have kept this going a little bit. But I know we have another speaker coming up very soon. Who's up next, Eric? Barend Mons. Bonds. Okay. Super excited for our upcoming speaker. Are they in person or virtual? Virtual. Okay, fantastic. Cool. I'm really excited to see all the amazing ideas that we come up with today. I actually think some of the problems that we're trying to tackle, if we rethink them from first principles, using agentic workflows and AI, we can massively accelerate the speed at which science comes on chain here. Yeah, really grateful for all of you coming here. Extremely grateful to all of our incredible sponsors. the Solana Foundation, Protocol Labs, Eliza OS, Prime Intellect. Did I forget anyone, Eric? Origin Trail, of course. That's our entire back end for the decentralized knowledge graphs. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. And here's to the next speaker.
Good morning here, at least. I think I'm going to speak for a very short time because I have other meetings going on today. And I sent videos that Eric can play whenever he wants. My name is Barend Mons. I'm one of the judges. And I'm originally a biologist by training, molecular biologist, but working for many years already on machine-assisted hypothesis generation. Also one of the co-founders of the FAIR principles that is now also rebaptized from the original meaning of findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data, but with the emphasis already on machine actionability, into what we now call fully AI ready, abusing the same acronym. And my conviction that I really spelled out a bit more in the videos that you can play at your convenience, is that the last thing that most experimental scientists are waiting for is tools that generate millions of hypotheses, mostly, as you will see later, in the right-hand side of the sawtooth graph, where we actually perceive things as chaos because they are too complicated for the human mind to understand. And machines, especially very powerful machines, will discover lots of associations in data. You can put them even in a knowledge graph, but many of them are probably either spurious associations or not understandable for people, so there is no actionable knowledge there. So my push that I discussed with Eric before is that what we actually need is input for LLM type models that is much better than just data and text and all kinds of raw stuff that they're consuming now, frequently even violating copyright. We have to move to feeding the models with proper knowledge graphs, with provenance and curated knowledge. That's going to hopefully improve them a little bit further. But at the output side, that is more important, I think, for this event, we need to be able to constrain the output with what we call foundational ontologies or conceptual models, where we actually prevent the machine from putting out stuff that is simply impossible, like a protein can make a protein complex with a building, or the things that we consider as impossible. If you constrain the output, you will only get meaningful stuff, but still you could get very many hypotheses. My example is our own research of years ago. Just looking at genes and diseases, we found 120,000 very likely hypotheses. And we could hardly publish the paper because people said, what can we do with 120,000 hypotheses? And that was the 1 percentile score of the highest match we ever found. So what we need is to narrow down the output of machine models to a very narrow window near what I call the percolation point, but I don't have time now to explain that. It's in the video. To really restrict the output to something that people actually feel they can follow up on, like formulating a proper hypothesis, do the experiment to see whether the thing is actually true. So that was my pitch to the group, and I'm very excited to see what comes out and what ideas you have. And in the end, of course, hopefully getting some actual tools that work. So Eric, I don't know whether you want to come forward and ask me anything that is not yet in the video, or whether things were unclear. Otherwise, I'll leave you to it and go back to my other meeting. But if you want to ask any questions, do it now.
Hi, Barend. Thanks for joining the event. First off, just wanted to say thank you for joining the event. We're very grateful to have you here as a judge and are appreciative of a lot of the insights that you provided. I think a lot of the initial information that's in the video should be a great resource for hackers as a whole. I guess, yeah, I think most of what would need to be said is actually said in the videos. Mostly we just want to express gratitude for you being here.
Okay, and I would be very interested to also, if people have questions in between when they try to build something and they really feel insecure about certain things I said, or whether they understand it well, whatever, you know, I'm always able to answer questions either via chat or, you know, if we need to go online again, we can always do that during the process. Okay?
Absolutely, and thank you. We may be setting up a bi-weekly virtual office hours or something where hackers can reach out.
Very good.
But in the meantime, Norman, I think we've got the videos queued up if we're good to go.
Okay. So
Hi.
I wish you a lot of success and I will follow with a great interest. Okay? Bye-bye then.
Thank you.
Bye. Hello everyone. My name is Barend Mons, one of the judges during this event. And Eric van Winkel asked me to say a little bit about hypothesis generation and what experimental scientists like me for many years are actually waiting for. And especially also what they are not waiting for. So let's start there. The experimental scientists nowadays are not short of hypotheses. Now that we have massive amounts of data that become more and more machine readable, the machine-assisted hypothesis generation is definitely interesting. But we have done research in this area for many years. At the end of my presentation, you will see some links to our earlier papers. And if you just take genes and diseases, for example, and you run hypothesis generation software years ago, which is only getting better, we already created 120,000 hypotheses and could hardly publish that in Nature Genetics because, you know, people said we cannot deal with this. And this was the 1 percentile score of the best matches that we found between genes and diseases that had never been connected before. So that to say, we are not waiting for enormous amounts of hypotheses that actually are too numerous to do experimental validation. We have taken 10 years to validate maybe about 6,000 gene disease associations, and each of them costs a lot of money. So it's not practical. And machines, as we will see later, see patterns everywhere. They have no idea what they mean. So finally, we need hybrid intelligence for people to come back and check the hypotheses and then prove them. And if that is so massive that we have to plow through enormous amounts of potentially meaningless hallucinations and spurious correlations that the machine sees, that's absolutely not what we are waiting for. So what we would actually need is tooling to zoom in on where the actionable knowledge is, meaning new insights that were not seen by people before, but the machine sees better, is much better in pattern recognition, so you see new patterns, and there must be a high likelihood that those hypotheses make sense in two senses, that they can be validated experimentally, and that they make sense in the conceptual model of reality that we have, for example, in health or agriculture. And a very important note to start with is that we need knowledge graphs, and preferably curated and provenance-rich knowledge graphs to feed models, because just feeding them with all kinds of text, also knowing that even the peer-reviewed scientific literature contains a lot of outdated or actually false information and claims, even the peer-reviewed literature, mind you, if you feed those to LLMs, they won't be able to figure out what is true and what is not true and generate a lot of meaningless hallucinations. So what we see now is that data becomes so big and so complex that we cannot share them effectively, also because many of the data are not even shareable in the sense that they're highly sensitive. So we continue now with data visiting. What you see here is an animation of what we call trains, algorithms that go to data stations. They ask permission to do a certain study. They only take the results with them. We call that data visiting. And of course, machines, being rather stupid, need to understand the data in the station very well. So the data should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, the original meaning of FAIR. But obviously, we now rebaptized FAIR also as fully AI ready, because if the data are not understandable and actionable by machines, without the help of people in most cases, you will get total mess. So why is it so important to have machines independently using the new Internet of Fair Data and Services? Well, first of all, you all are very familiar with the many V's. I just mentioned volume, variety, and velocity. We have many other V's now, but that is what we essentially deal with when we deal with big amounts of data. And if we look in my field, the health care and health research, we estimated that meanwhile, in the literature and everything that we have produced, we have around 10 to the 14th assertions. Well, good luck to run a Sparkle query over such a graph. I don't have to tell you, I suppose. Meanwhile, what we see is that the data are hidden behind articles. So it's horrible. The machine needs to go to an article, and then if they're lucky to find a link to data, they're usually PDF files or totally useless data formats. So a lot of the data, although there is a link in the original paper, they appear to be at the laptop of a PhD student that meanwhile went back to China or whatever, and are simply not findable. We estimated, or probably there's even some proof now, that about only 27% of papers are really leading to the data that support them. That's another problem. Now, meanwhile, in my field, genetics, we double our data every 6 months. That's exponential. So there is only one way to deal with them, and that is with machines. But that brings a lot of challenges with it. First of all, also privacy. And privacy, don't only think about the data on people. So you have, for example, if Naturalis, our natural history museum, would publish the data on the last rare plant in the Netherlands, it will be picked the same afternoon. If in India, the photographs of tigers on snapshots are published, they will be dead the same afternoon. When the mussel banks in the Netherlands were published, they were fished empty the same afternoon. And of course, in some cases, we also don't want to find out what is the identity of a patient. But that's not the only thing. Then you have, obviously, complexity. And what we have to realize is that machines, also LLMs, although they give very, very impressive output, don't get me wrong, in essence, the machine has no clue what it's putting out. It's just doing very advanced statistics and modeling, machine learning, and then there is an output of words. And essentially, in that sense, everything is a hallucination. But we project value on it when the hallucination makes sense to us. So either is a known thing or a credible hypothesis. That's the same what we do with animals. We project all kinds of human-like features on animals. Now we start doing that on robots, but essentially, I would say for now, and it's a bit controversial, but that's fine for a hackathon, that LLMs and likewise other models are just spitting out hallucinations. Some of them are useful, many of them are totally useless or even misleading. So how do we deal with this now? First of all, we need to feed the model wherever possible with fair knowledge graphs that are high in provenance. So even machines could find out that certain triples are no longer valid or are highly contested, like hydroxychloroquine treats COVID. It is published many times in papers. So if you use input papers, you'll find that triple many, many times. But we know that is now highly unlikely. if not proven, untrue. How do we tell machines, don't take that triple seriously? And on the output side, the right-hand side of this slide, we need to constrain, and that's the most important part for this hackathon type activity, we should be able to constrain the output with our conceptual model. I'll give you one example. We should not allow the machine to suggest that a protein can make a protein complex with a building, which is, principally impossible. But the machine would easily do it if it is not told where the conceptual boundaries are of what it can output. Given what we already saw in my brief introduction of 10 minutes before, this is probably the most crucial slide to understand. Eric van Winkel already made some comments on this, but let me walk you through the system in the context of what we are discussing here. So this is a model that my group made years ago, where on the x-axis here, we actually plot the complexity of patterns, starting with 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, to very complex patterns. And at the end, we have maximum, complexity of probably the whole world. Then on the y-axis here, we have assumed a certain level of understanding, let's say intelligence, CPUs, computer understanding, the ability to discover all the patterns that are in the data set or in the data that are on the x-axis. Now, obviously, when you go more and more complex and you keep adding understanding, probably the line goes straight because you keep understanding all the patterns that are in your source data, whatever they are. Obviously, over time, this line, I will explain the percolation point later, moves to the right. We understand more and more things, we make more and more assumptions and discoveries. So the patterns of real life data that represent our knowledge become more and more complex. But to a certain extent in history, there were still universal geniuses that knew everything humankind knew in science at that time. Well, we all know that time is far behind us. And coming back to the idea that we have only in the life sciences about 10 to the 14th assertions to deal with, there's obviously no way that humans can further increase their knowledge at some point, individual humans. Now, of course, we can put many people together in big networks, but we cannot connect their brains effectively, differently a little bit with computers, where we can make very big supercomputers and so on. But at some point, you see this line, the addition of understanding stops. There is a limit. At that very point, a very interesting phenomenon is taking place, which creates a perfect version in the model of the famous sawtooth graph that you see in a lot of complex systems. And what is happening is the following. You get a further increase of the complexity in the system, and suddenly your understanding goes asymptotically to zero. So a little bit more complexity and you lose control of what is going on there as a human, for sure. If you could add more compute power or more understanding, probably the line would go straight up. Very interesting philosophical thing is that in the end there would be no chaos, because very much we experience what we see on the right hand side of, let's say, the red line. We are somewhere between the percolation point and the red line now, as chaos. You don't see the patterns, or at least they don't make any sense to you. Now, one of the projects that I can take as an example that I'm involved in as a scientist is to understand the human immunome, which is a combination of what we call, the genome, our DNA, the transcriptome, our messenger RNA, proteome, the proteins, all the small molecules in our body, the microbiome, the bacteria in our guts and everything. Then how the genes are regulated by epigenetics, and finally also how the environment, the exposome, is influencing this incredibly complex system. To get insight in that, we absolutely need computers, but if we let computers go rogue, they will give us an immense number of assertions that we cannot deal with. Where we actually discover actionable knowledge is right here around this percolation point. And if you then go back to the idea of the slider or the parrot that we discussed in the previous video, you could say, if you would have a slider to say, I put a very strong constraint on the output of any machine learning model that I had, then you would only find, solid knowledge in ontologies that you already know. That's probably what you want when you are dealing with decision making in health, for example. But what we are talking about here is really hypothesis generation to gain new insights that people have not discovered so far. So then I would put the slider somewhere around the fluid point or the percolation point here and move it slightly to the right, where you will get, new correlations and potential associations, hypotheses that would still make sense to people. If you would put the slider fully to the right, allowing maximum hallucination and serendipity, you would get all kinds of crazy correlations without any restriction, and we would consider that as chaos. That is the least we are waiting for. So if you want to make a hypothesis discovery tool, basically what you have to do is to make sure that people, we are talking hybrid intelligence, can put a slider at a position where they still consider the output of the LLM, although new, LLM or any other model, to be meaningful in the sense that it is an hypothesis that they could A, test, and B, that makes principal sense, like a new drug for a disease or something like that. But total crazy stuff that is probably even true. One of the examples that I always give is that if you put the slider far enough to the right, the machine will tell you that 25,000 genes and 4 million regulatory sequences in our genome make us human. Very true. But we cannot do anything with it in terms of actionable knowledge, which gene is causing which disease or anything like that. So there is this window around the percolation point where knowledge discovery takes place. This is really a theory of knowledge discovery in a way. So that is a very nice challenge for this hackathon, I think, to try and find a way to constrain the output of any model with a conceptual model-based filter, slider, up to you how to implement it. That would help scientists to find meaningful, testable, and logical hypotheses. Hi everyone, this is the third video I would contribute to the hackathon. And this is about an approach that we have taken and that could be the basis for much of what you can be doing. So 10 years ago, we came up with this acronym FAIR for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data, with an emphasis on machine actionability. Obviously, as you see in the center here, AI is almost part of that acronym by default. And now we have also taken on the meaning of fully AI-ready data. And this is very relevant for what we discussed in the first two videos. Why? Because if machines relatively independently from people have to visit data and make sense of it, the machine should at least know what the data mean. So there should be no ambiguity. There should be a very strong provenance. So fair is really the basis for responsible, explainable, and future AI that really, really makes sense. So let's look a little bit more about this whole approach. If you think about knowledge discovery and what data should support, we deal with what we call concepts. That could be a disease or a person or anything you can talk about, and that is a unit of thought. Obviously, in the Ogden triangle, we need a token in human language, but also in computer language, to refer to that concept. Like, let's take cancer here. You can call it malignant neoplasms, Krebskrankheit in German. There is also a CO265, which is the code in the Unified Medical Language System, etc., etc. So there are a very long list usually of literals or URIs that point to a concept. And what we need in FAIR is that the identifier, whether it's a literal or a machine readable identifier, should always resolve to the intended defined meaning. So if you say bank, and you don't know whether you mean the financial institution or the riverbank or a piece of furniture, then the machine has no clue unless it can derive this from very complicated context analysis. So we need to have what we call a GUPRI, a globally unique, persistent and resolvable identifier for every concept that is in your graph. Not only the subjects and the objects, also the predicates should be well defined, and the URI to point to them should always be only resolving to the intended defined meaning. And this is irrelevant whether the object really exists as in touchable in reality, because a concept like love or even cancer, a disease, is not touchable. It's a mental construct, but still it needs a unique identifier, a good definition, to ever make machines able to deal effectively with data. Because machines are very stupid, we need to tell them very exactly what's going on, including provenance, otherwise they will come up with massive amounts of hallucinations. Now, one of the problems that ontologies cannot solve is what we call near sameness. We as humans are very good in disambiguating on the fly when we communicate. Like we say, I love the piano. Most people will immediately know that this is piano music, not necessarily loving the instrument, or a floor in Italy, or soft music. So, and in many cases, even if we have a near same concept in our mind when we communicate as humans, that's okay. However, if I'm a mover of furniture, I would probably ask a few more questions. Is this a grand piano or an electrical piano? That makes a big difference, but not in different contexts. Now, machines are horrible in dealing with near sameness. And one of the mistakes I see a lot of computer scientists make, in my biological mind, they call it the stupid biology version, is they say, okay, now if we have to do hybrid intelligence, where we bridge the gap between humans and machines, what we are doing is a lot of work to fill these gaps that cannot be filled because a machine is not a human. So don't try to make everything smooth, completely understandable, but go to hybrid intelligence where the machine is good enough to give people very meaningful content that they then shape to final human knowledge. Machines have no knowledge. Machines put out patterns. We have a way to do that and say a machine should be able to, independently from humans, or at least as independently as possible, to deal with near sameness of two concepts, like two proteins, one is in the mouse, one is in the human. They're almost the same, but not quite. How do we tell computers that without having an incredibly complex ontological approach to that, which is going to fail, in my view. So that all comes to a very basic concept that we started in 2009. It's a nano publication, essentially a single triple or a small graph that is composed of single triples, subject, predicate, object, green, yellow, red. It should, as a whole, have this globally unique identifier, GUPRI, because the whole assertion is a machine actionable units of information and therefore a concept in the Ogden triangle. And it should have rich provenance. Who said it, when, where, how was it created? Like a scientific assertion. Now, as we said, we estimate probably that we have about 10 to the 14th of those nano publications if we would be able to gather them from anywhere in the world. And some companies have done a good job to gather the most important ones. Then, of course, if you have a triple like hydroxychloroquine treats COVID, that was published in the Lancet, very important journal, in 2021. Meanwhile, we know it's not true, but hey, it's still there in the literature. Maybe there are a lot of people that have contested that triple. How do we feed machines with that information, for example? Now, one of the things that we did, we have so-called cardinal assertions. There's many times that you find the same triple. Hydroxychloroquine treats COVID. Different people said it, so it gets a new identifier. So the machine knows there are many iterations of this thing. The provenance is different all the time, different author, different time date stamp. But if we bring them all together and we say we store the basic triple only once, and we have a large number of provenance files, maybe somewhere in a different database, so it doesn't disturb the graph, you already go down to 10 to the 11th, more or less, triples that are what we call a cardinal assertion. So the cardinal assertion, hydroxychloroquine treats COVID, is in the literature and also in a proper knowledge graph, but it should be annotated in some way as not being valid anymore, or at least the machine should be able to say, hey, there's 800 scientists with their Open Research and Contributor ID, the ORCID, that have contested this triple. Doing that would be to create another triple saying ORCID, subject, contests, predicate, this triple. The triple has its own GUPRI, is a concept, so now it can be annotated. Now, the next step is, if you take all the cardinal assertions that start with the same subject, like hydroxychloroquine or malaria or COVID or anything, you can create what we call a noded or a fair digital twin of the concept of a disease or a drug or a gene or whatever. And again, if it's composed of machine actionable units of information like cardinal assertions, fair digital objects, the whole new container is again a graph with one concept in the center, but it's again a fair digital object with its own GUPRI and its own provenance. That's very important to understand. Now, if you have such a noded and it has its own GUPRI, it can be followed. Now, a nano publication is essentially immutable because it was set at a certain point in time, but a noded, think back of the sawtooth graph in the previous video, a noded would change basically every day if you get more insight into a disease or a drug or a person. So noded should be traceable over time in a sort of blockchain-like fashion. I'm not pretending it solves a blockchain problem in all aspects, but it is important to understand that nodeds will move through conceptual space on a daily basis if there is one or more triples added to it or contested or whatever. Now, in this way, you can, as it were, zip the explicitome of everything that is out there in the literature. And let me tell you, I don't believe at all that LLMs will sort of make this obsolete or solve this issue at all. So we have 10 to the 14th associations or nano publications. We have 10 to the 11th cardinal assertions with n different provenances. And we have only about 10 to the 6th, a million or so knowledge right now in the life sciences, if you restrict it to important concepts like genes, diseases, drugs, metabolites, etc. So that's manageable. Actually, this whole graph would fit on a laptop. Now, what you can do is say, hey, here, now we come to the knowledge discovery and hypothesis generation. Here we generate, for example, that the knowledge of malaria and tegafur, a certain drug, are very close in conceptual space. And they actually move closer over time. At some point, they pass a threshold, and you say, hey, tegafur, a drug that was originally made for cancer, could work for malaria. First thing is, does this make sense? We don't believe it just because the computer suggests it based on closeness. And here you see that tegafur inhibits a certain enzyme that is also a target for an existing drug in malaria, pyrimethamine, that kills malaria parasites via this enzyme. But the malaria parasite is resistant against this drug. That's what we know as humans. You know, we can also have that in the graph. Now a human can decide this is a potentially credible hypothesis, so let's test it. We actually tested it. Tegafur is too large to get into the red blood cell, wasn't in the graph, so humans had to decide, very nice idea, but practically impossible, because we would have to make the molecule smaller, and then it has to go through the whole FDA approval again, and that's too expensive for a malaria drug. Now, obviously, we would be able to also take some triples out of a knowledge because they're irrelevant. Take the example of two proteins, one is mouse, one is human. They are identical up to the amino acid, but one is produced in the mouse and the gene is on a different chromosome. Then two triples in the two knowledge are different. So the machine knows a number of things. Because the goopri in the center is different, the machine knows, quote, knows, those proteins are not entirely the same. Secondly, it knows the small difference, different species, different chromosome. But if I say, I don't care whether the protein is made by a mouse or a human, I just want to look at its structure for now, I can create what we call a qua by filtering out these concepts, that the objects in the knowledge that are of a semantic type that I don't care about, like species or chromosomal location. That is how we can tell machines with conceptual models and quas to treat a certain concept in a certain way during a discovery process. And these things move over time. So we can now start, and we did this years ago, show that a gene is consistently moving closer to a disease, for example, in the conceptual space of 1,000,000 by 1,000,000 concepts, even way before humans have written the first article saying, hey, this gene may be involved in this disease. So knowledge change over time. What you can also do now is, if you have very complex knowledge, these are real knowledge, but already filtered like crazy. So these are quas already. We only look at proteins and metabolites and so on, between three major diseases: metabolic syndrome, diabetes type 2, and early onset Alzheimer. And there seemed to be a correlation. By just throwing these three knowledge together, in, of course, a machine actionable environment like Euritos, that's a Dutch company that runs this kind of stuff, you see that lots of concepts are in common between the two major knowledge at the top, less so the early onset Alzheimer at the bottom, but 5 concepts in the middle are really associated with all 3 of them. And that means that those are probably the enzymes and the metabolites you want to focus on. And indeed, we find already literature where this makes sense. Again, computers suggest a hypothesis. We want to see the graph. We want to see the provenance. We want to see the rationalization. And it could make immediate sense to experts in the field. We can also combine databases that are in nanopublication format that have never been working together before. Here you see, for example, a typical nanopublication from the Leiden Open Variation database in green, where doctors say, hey, I find this strange mutation here in the genome. So in the center, you see numbers, which are just the positioning in the genome, in a chromosome. Of course, you have to use the same reference model, reference genome and everything. Here you talk about human chromosome 19, chromosome 2 of a particular human genome. And you say, hey, in a totally different study, we found out where so-called transcription start sites are in the genome. This is where genes start their subscription, and dependent on that, you make the right or the wrong protein. And we showed very easily that more than 1,000 known disease-causing variants do not map to the genes at all, but they map to these transcription start sites, which probably results in making the wrong protein in the wrong tissue, and that's causing the disease, not because the gene itself was affected. So you see that all this kind of complex hypothesis generation cannot be done without the computer, cannot be done effectively without nanopublications and graphs. But always you need the human intervention. This is one more example from adalimumab, the monoclonal, that caused hyperglycemia in some patients. We know it inhibits TNF and also other stuff. And we found very clearly that maybe the reason for that side effect could be insulin resistance in some patients. Just another example. Now, a very complex model that we created for COVID in those days, you can see that you need all these cardinal assertions. Each of the links here is a cardinal assertion, and if you click on it in the live version, you can see why and how many people have said it and so on. So it's very complicated stuff. We can throw all the drugs that were in panic used for COVID to see whether they worked and predict whether they made any sense in this immunological model. And for example, here in the top, you see hydroxychloroquine with only one line to one of the important proteins. So we predicted early on that would not be a good approach. While other drugs that are still very much used and studied, like dexamethasone, was highly connected in this data model. Again, this is what we call a ridiculogram for people. They cannot deal with this. Machines can, but we have to be able to extract the hypotheses that make sense and are close to what we call the percolation point in the previous video. And if you then come to, okay, why would tocilizumab, for example, a Roche monoclonal, work against COVID in certain cases? Okay, you know what it interacts with, and that makes perfect sense that it could work in the case of COVID. And here you see that it is supported by 7 publications, and that is part of this TNO project together with Euritos. And of course, the whole noded is a ridiculogram, but if you extract the potential hypothesis that you can test, and we have actually tested it later, that makes sense, and that is what we are waiting for. And of course, the parroting or the hallucinations or the patterns that machines discover are useful, but they always have to be checked by good input, a conceptual model to constrain them for hallucinations, and humans will then have to look at the results, could be in Zoom like this one, and you actually then come to a conclusion with a doctor, with a bioinformatician and so on. Does this make sense? And that is my last point here. Coming back to this famous graph, what we actually would need is tooling that allows us to go from solid knowledge just for decision making, potentially all the way to chaos and complete nonsense, but somewhere in the middle, there is this holy grail where we find new knowledge that is actually original and new, but also actionable in the sense that the hypothesis can be tested within the boundaries of financial constraints and experimental possibilities, and it makes sense to experts in the field. And of course, sometimes the expert may say crazy in the beginning. The further you go to the right, the more you will find that. But a lot of scientific discoveries in the past were originally considered very unlikely, and they were still true. So this is what experimental scientists are in need of. And if you can give us any leads in this direction, you would be our hero. Thank you very much.
Just once again, want to echo our gratitude to Dr. Mons for coming and presenting this talk. He has put a lot of work over the course of his career into the creation of hypotheses via fair data and academic knowledge graphs. Those of you who may not be aware, fair data is a very large movement within academia around the standardization of metadata and trying to get academic information organized and data management structured in a way that it can be compliant across domains. So we are very grateful to have him as the senior author on the paper that started that particular movement. Up next, we have an equally impressive speaker in Slava from the Dutch Royal Academy of Sciences. He is a senior R&D engineer who's been focusing on knowledge graphs, search optimization, and a wide variety of other topics over the course of his 20-year career. He's done some fantastic work on Crossan metadata standards with Google, IBM, NASA, and many other large organizations, and has graciously opened up, as he'll talk about later, large swaths of data sets from academia for hackers to use on this project. I'm talking in the order of millions of well-structured data sets with quality metadata on top. So let's please give a warm round of applause to Slava.
Thank you, Eric. So, yeah, my name is Slava, and I work for Dutch Royal Academy of Arts and Sciences. And you see I wear suit. I'm Ukrainian, so no complaints about me from the Oval Office. And I'm going to bring data. So you just saw this beautiful talk from Barend Mons about theoretical foundations. And in my presentation, you will get a lot of references to the data that we have. You will have also tools that you can use. And you will get some insight information what we actually do with feral landscape. Okay, so a bit about my organization. So I work also for DANS, which is institute inside of Dutch Royal Academy, and we are basically integrating any kind of data sets from different communities. We are trying also to publish them, to make them fair, and also to ingest everything in knowledge graphs. So we are basically trying to force all this collaboration and support scientific research from different fields. So one of the central components that we have is called Dataverse. And originally this platform was developed by Harvard University. And we are a really active contributor, and basically a lot of people coming to us from different communities. They're asking to develop some functionality. We are basically collecting all requirements, we are producing something, some prototypes, and after we're discussing with Harvard how to integrate this in a master branch and to make it available for all people. So this is kind of open source and open collaboration that really helps the world to innovate. And for example, functionality that supports knowledge graphs and semantic web, it's actually my work and my team that we contributed and Harvard adopted, and now it's available for all people from around the world, and this is where basically all these knowledge graphs and innovation really speeding up. And you see now we're discussing also how to build linked open data and how to use knowledge graphs for life sciences and for biotechnologies. And that really helps if you're working with other partners on this. So Dataverse, and this example of Harvard Dataverse, it has really nice features like export. So there is a button that you can download any dataset in different formats. For example, there is dataset export, which is JSON, and there is JSON-LD, and you can download Crossan, which is what we hope will be AI-ready standard. So basically, the idea that you can connect with expert directly to AI, trained model, based on data, and after you can ask questions. I will show you in follow-up slides. Important links. So Harvard Dataverse has about 200,000 datasets. However, in Netherlands, we also have about the same amount. So we are really successful in building Dutch data landscape, and we're also consulting a lot of people from other countries. And for example, French data landscape at the moment looks like Dutch data landscape because we contributed to its development. So in a way, we are building kind of common data space for the whole Europe, and I think this is really important for further development and collaboration. So all these links will be on slides, and you just try that. You will find a lot of amazing data sets, I'm pretty sure. And I just mentioned French and Dutch, but we have 120-something data sets in different countries. So there is a spreadsheet where you can basically find all these dataverses, and you can connect to any of them, and you can get data, and you can query, and you can get all this stuff basically in your knowledge graph, and you can do something with it. So this is important, and it's about 750,000 data sets, which is quite impressive also. And all of this stuff is fair, so it has persistent identifiers, it has also linkages to control vocabularies, and this is really high quality stuff, that best you can get at the moment. We also started to build our own semantic search in Netherlands because a lot of people come to us and they don't have any platform to deposit data. So they're asking us basically to ingest their data sets, their metadata coming from different places, even from FTP servers, and basically publish inside of Dataverse and make it available for other users. So in a way, we're also like trying to make the whole data landscape fair, even bringing our own platforms, and you see this is called Odyssey Portal. So it's a way also how you can aggregate information in a way you are building the same as Google, but only for data landscape. And the point is, it's also multilingual. So we're collecting metadata, let's say, in Dutch, and we're using artificial intelligence also to do translations. So we're able to translate keywords and metadata descriptions, titles to other language. And people can also find Dutch data sets described completely in Dutch with just querying in English or in German and any other languages. So this is also good for like international collaboration because a lot of people interested obviously in the use of data instead of like producing new data sets. So query and search Dataverse is extremely easy, and Dataverse has really nice documentation. And if you follow this link, or you can just Google for it, you'll find there are a lot of pages describing how you can get something from Dataverse in different ways. And this is like search API, where you can just get some query, you can query it, and there is also JSON LD. So basically, all information coming out of Dataverse is already suitable for any kind of AI applications, and you can combine different data sets, and you can use it straight away. And this is how it looks like. Also, you can, if you're interested, there is also a web interface, so you can do it. You can do search by hands. Just select some DOIs. We're producing DOIs, sometimes handles, which is persistent identifier. Put all these DOIs in the system. After connect cursor or something which you are using, and you'll get all data sets directly from network, from data network. Very convenient and very efficient process. You can also combine thousands of them in one process, and yeah, have fun to build something interesting. So if you are really interested to know how to connect Jupyter Notebook, we also had workshop, and there's a link to materials, and you can just clone this GitHub repository and run Jupyter Notebook and try all things, even in local setup, because you can install Dataverse locally on your computer. Now, we're coming to the knowledge graph topic. So knowledge graph is something relatively new for Dataverse, and that's something we started to push from the Netherlands at Harvard, and a lot of countries also joining forces. Already mentioned France. And basically what we do, we are also building a triple store with all data sets coming from Dataverse. And we have also an endpoint where you can query Crossan metadata. I will explain what Crossan means in further slides. And we also have graph visualization where you can actually visually explore the whole graph. And at the moment, this graph, it's quite big already. It's about 50 million triples. And you can query in milliseconds because it's also powered by Q-level triple store. And if you don't know what is Q-level, you should really Google for it because it's really promising. And Wikidata is considering now to switch to Q-level to run own Sparkle operations on it. So just open these links and explore. I don't have time right now. And this is, if someone knows Sparkle, this is excellent feature that you can basically run search across all available dataverses, and you can find information. You can integrate metadata, and you can really do a lot with artificial intelligence, understanding ontologies and control vocabularies coming from this. And if you don't know Sparkle, I assume a lot of people just think that this is something complicated. So it's, knowledge graph concept is something also new. There's another way, basically, to use the same functionality by using traditional search engine. So in Dataverse, we're using Solr. And this is how, basically, any question could be converted to Solr query. And this Solr query, you can send back to Dataverse. So in a way, you're bypassing this Sparkle stuff, and you are using traditional conversion to query hundreds of dataverses in parallel, getting back results, integrating those results with AI, and again, so you're fine, you get a lot of data which is useful, and it's in JSON LD, so machine does understand what it's about, and it's high quality stuff. And again, so Dataverse Search API is here. Take a look. Now I'm coming to actually AI stuff. So retrieval augmented generation is getting big, and obviously we have two different stories here. And what we do with Dataverse, we're building graph, and this is metadata layer in our understanding. So whatever you will be depositing in Dataverse will be converted into a set of triples, like Barend just mentioned, and it will be available in export, and it will be also consumed by AI. So AI will understand what it's about by just using those kind of relationships. From other side, we have a vector, and vector space is quite complicated. Nobody understands what vector means. However, there are also some tools that help you to take projection and basically understand what kind of clusters you have, and to get any kind of meaningful information out of this. So our vision is distributed, and basically what we're building is distributed AI, where we have LM interface between human AI, and it's kind of works as reasoning engine. So it's querying metadata in the knowledge graph, getting back results, and trying to do interpretation. So we started implementation on the level of interoperability, and basically Google came with this idea to use Crossan. So this is new standard called Crossan for machine learning. And first, it was implemented at Kaggle, and after Hugging Face, and there is OpenAI is considering, and Dataverse has now implementation, which we basically contributed recently. So we are moving from centralized response, where everything is published on one platform, in one place. So we want to make it distributed. So we don't care actually on which platform data is published. Could be Dataverse, could be Hugging Face, could be something else, DSpace. It's not important anymore. As soon as we can get data back in a standard that machine does understand, and we can use it as a kind of language between machines. And in a way, also, this Crossan ML can be considered as a kind of new replacement for schema.org for the future. If you're interested, just take a look on this spec. I'm also one of co-authors, and as I also mentioned, we have integration with Kaggle, there is OpenML, Hugging Face, so all of that is supporting Crossan. And this is excellent because now you can combine something available from Dataverse, 750,000 data sets, With something published by companies and all this stuff is already available on Hugging Face. Just combine it, find variables, interesting variables, and do something useful, okay? So why Crossan is getting big? We also working on the integration of known machine learning frameworks, basically, of course, coming from big tech companies like Google and Meta. So we have extensions for TensorFlow, PyTorch, and Keras, and all these famous frameworks. And the idea here is simple. So as soon as you have some data set available as Crossan, you can point it to machine learning framework. And you can also find thousands of those data sets, right? And the point is, it will check license, and if there's open license, so it can be basically using this information. So it will go further. It will find all variables available in semantic web way, also with triples. It will recognize them. And now you can basically train your own custom model based on thousands of data sets. You can pick up different variables, combine, train, and now you will get a completely new model which will be answering your specific question. For example, what will happen to Germany if GDP per capita will be like that and inflation will be like that? So these kind of questions. Yeah? So this is very useful, and this is where we are going. Now we started also to work on semantic Crossan, which will be also enriched with integration with external control vocabularies like Wikidata and BioPortal, OntoPortal, these kind of platforms. And machines will understand even better what we have in our data networks. So this is how it looks like in Dataverse. If you open any data set, for example, from Harvard or from Odyssey portal, you will have this nice button, Crossan Export. So you can export with JSON-LD, put it in a Jupyter notebook or in any kind of framework you're using, and just build some application directly. And you can also, it has distribution layers, so you can also download files which are interesting for you. And this file will get description, what kind of variables it has. So it's already suitable for future. We are producing AI-ready data. And for some dataverses, because of course this functionality is new, and we've got Crossan extension available only starting from version 6.2. And I think about 50% of our dataverse is still running this old version. So we developed a Python application. It's basically a part of now of PyDataverse. And you can use it in Jupyter Notebook style just to connect to some dataverse, data set published in Dataverse, which just doesn't have even functionality to produce Crossan. And it will do it for you, and it will bring you all necessary information to the system, to AI. Yeah, and we're also using semantic mappings, and this is how it's being produced. So why I'm showing this slide? Because in the future, I started to believe that I can also do automatic enrichment of any data set based on information coming into data network. So you can run something like reinforcement learning, and you can improve metadata quality on every step. As more data will be linked, you can run and repeat process again and again, and it will get more relationships, which could be also exposed to AI. And basically, this is kind of the process that improves metadata automatically. Also with human in the loop, because people creating those links, they are putting links to external keywords coming from control vocabulary described by human. And you can use also this information to show AI in the prompt what this variable means. So this is very useful. Of course, as I already mentioned, human in the loop is really important because AI doesn't understand without human the meaning. So you have to also think about processes, about tools, how to improve what AI is producing. And we're also using a very nice framework called Dakana. There are a lot of them, but Dakana is from Japan. And we deployed it as a service, and it's very easy to get Dakana running from Docker Compose, and you can use it as a kind of the man in the middle, where you can also double-check, correct some data, and feed it inside of AI, retrain model, and after next time, you will get better quality. Another tool And this is very useful, extremely useful. So I was talking about graphs, and now it's vector space, which God knows what it does. Nobody knows, and even now there is no clear explanation what LM actually is doing. But you can take projections. So this tool is called Latent Scope. It's a fantastic tool. So I mean, I've seen a lot of tools, but this is the best tool that can give you impression what you have inside of your model. So you can take projection on any kind of variables, and it will produce nice visualization with clusters and this kind of information. Another important component, I'm pretty sure that people will start to use that as well during hackathon. So it's called Quadrant, and Quadrant is actually a company from Berlin. And now Quadrant is getting big because it's a vector store. As soon as you're training something, you're producing new vectors, you have to store it somewhere, and also to have possibility to query it. So I really advise you take a look. For large-scale datasets, it's must-have because they also have GPU support. So it's extremely fast. And there is another vector store, of course, very popular, called ChromaDB. And if you have like small datasets, use ChromaDB. And if you have large-scale datasets, you need Quadrant or something compatible. So we're coming to the point where we have two different stories which are contradicting. And I was thinking about this for quite some time, and I came basically to this conception of Mr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So someone who is different at night. So, and this is it has very simple explanation. So in graph, we are basically dealing with dynamic structure. So information could be added, could be edited, and it will change. And as soon as you have model, and especially all these big models, large language models, it will take probably hundreds of millions to train them. It will take, I don't know, half of a year. And as soon as it's trained, you can only fine-tune but not delete information. So it's static, and somehow you should combine both. So what is happening now, because it's quite difficult to deal with large language models, this agentic architecture is basically getting close to graph, to query graph, to get some information, and also use large language models to do processing. That also means that in the future, you don't need actually to ingest information and data inside of large language model. You can also query graph as soon as it will be like high quality, and you can get meaningful information. And you can use really small models, let's say 1 billion or 4 billion parameters, and this is what I'm using also. Basically to do basic processing, to understand language, and also to be able to integrate and produce some meaningful results for you. Now, what we will do if we have just 3 strings. So usually in metadata descriptions of data sets published on Hugging Face and sometimes in Dataverse and other platforms, you just have a string, and without context, you don't know what that means. So in this example, and that's something we're working on right now, it's a knowledge graph and LM integrator that can actually predict to which concept from any ontology this could be linked. And the idea here to replace free string with some identifier from ontology, and basically it's also compression in a way, because as soon as you will get this connection to ontology, you can also get also multilingual translations of that thing and use it also in the prompt. So if someone is asking a question in German or in I don't know, Italian or Chinese, it will recognize also. So large language model will understand the context properly and will give you right results, right? So in this specific example, I'm using Hotel California to query the zone. So it's basically, it does querying of Wikidata with Sparkle, getting candidates, and after it's taken similarity between all candidates and selecting a zone describing Son of Eagles from 1976, right? But if it's not song, so if it's movie, and there is also a movie called Hotel California, so it's completely different context, different relationships. There is ambiguity that you should resolve yourself, right? So basically, we're using the same query, but in different context, criminal movie, and now we are getting completely different results. And this is also your embedding in a way. So you can get all translations, you can get all relationships, you can get the family name of director, and that's something that you can use as a supplementary information for LM to recognize that this is something different from Son, right? And what if this movie, not from 2008, but from 2013, it should be resolving to a completely different concept, right? So it's semantic resolver that basically is turning any kind of free string into identifiers. So you'll get identifiers from Wikidata. You can resolve anytime. You can go to Wikidata to get JSON-LD, download all the relationships, all concepts, and you can do pretty amazing stuff with it in the future. Yeah, another thing that we are building after we got this process more or less working. Of course, it's very experimental. It's not optimal, but it's working. So now we are able to create from any kind of sentence knowledge graph, which basically describes what is about. And it also understands ontology. So it's recognizing things like categories, goals, metrics from schema.org. And it's basically producing graph with all relationships that you can fit inside of LM. And LM will do a pretty good job as soon as it will be trained on these kind of relationships. So, of course, it's difficult to deal with AI right now without agents, and everybody is talking about agents, right? So my advice to start with really small library, and Hugging Face did a good job. So they created this small agents library. And of course, there is a new library from Anthropic and from other vendors. But this is really good start because a couple lines of Python code, you can connect, for example, like to get some temperature from some place and some data from another place, integrate, ask LM to answer what is about. Like in this example, I'm asking what was the temperature in Amsterdam. And basically, it's easily like combining different sources and bringing you back answer, which is based on real factual data. Yeah, another tool, and I really advise you to take a look at this. It's Microsoft, but it's good, apparently. So it's called Markdown, and it can turn any kind of content, any kind of PDF, any kind of spreadsheet into AI-ready representation. And you can basically connect it to AI, and you can do something useful as well. Yeah, and last thing I wanted to show. So we are also working on local implementation of AI, and there is a tool that I've created. I call it Ghostwriter, and basically it's a local LM that does integration of any kind of information like guides, manuals, GitHub issues, Google Threads, a lot of stuff. So can be any kind of PDF and any kind of information. And the whole point, it's local. It's deployed on a server. And basically now we're using we're using this tool as a kind of knowledge base. So people just basically add in their pages they would like to ask about something, like documentation pages. And they can also use like crawler to get the whole website inside of semantic index. And after they're just asking questions, how to do that and that and that, and it's bringing you advices. So that's something I also advise to follow. If you have a lot of information, you also need to think how knowledge will be organized in a structured way. It's also powered by knowledge graph. So that also means that as soon as you will have this knowledge in the knowledge graph, you can also use other models, not only Llama or Mistral or, I don't know, DeepSeek, but even new models that will be trained next years. You can connect to this source and it will still respond, and you'll get trusted results. Yeah, so if you're interested, I did a talk for Harvard some time ago. There is also a video in the links. And yeah, if you have some questions, just approach me and I will be happy to help. I'm also a judge in this event. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, now it works. So basically, Crossan is in between these, like all kinds of different data structures, like genomic data, and then translate that ready for an LLM, or? So it looked really, really interesting, like a missing piece to a lot of issues.
That's right. So we envision Crossan as a kind of librarian. So you can think about large language model where people just basically getting all stuff, ingest it in a model, they're training on this without understanding that this information can be also contradicting. It can be coming from books published in different years. It could be like difference in centuries between knowledge from both books. And you're expecting something meaningful coming as an answer, right? Which is not true. So instead, what we actually did, we created like virtual library where AI, instead of like giving you answer, it can bring you a lot of suggestions. And it will bring you also data sets. And now you can go to specific data set. Basically, you can find any book, right? And you are going from library level to expert level, because in this data set, you will get all these expert keywords describing what is inside, right? And now you can basically ask questions, and it will be consistent because it will be coming from one author who is probably expert. And we have all provenance chains, so we have author fields, author registered in the fields. So we know that we can trust this guy who is responding to us, right? Or if there is some data set collected by some group, research group, we can also see this information is coming from some research, and this research has founders and research outputs and some papers. So you can basically get very quickly to the knowledge layer, explaining you how and what they did and what is the result. Yeah, that's Crossan. More questions?
Does anyone else have a question for Slava?
Do you know of any agents that are currently able to work with the Dataverse, kind of what you showed about querying data or reacting to what's on Dataverse and searching through it?
Yeah, so we have some implementations, and it's very experimental, so we are not sharing yet, but it looks very promising. So we can do, I think, a lot of stuff in very near future with it. And of course, it's ongoing work, so everybody is happy, is welcome to join, and will be happy also to get any kind of feedback.
And just to clarify, the work that you do for Dataverse is open source, yes?
Yes, it's open source. Everything is open, and if you'll go to Harvard, you'll find a lot of open repositories, and yeah, just use that. Don't reinvent the wheel, please.
Does anyone else have questions for Slava? Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the amazing talk. A question on how this is connected with the European infrastructures like EOSC.
Okay, it's Dataverse is basically what I just showed. It was developed as EOSC projects. So we had Shock, and in Shock we actually contributed external vocabularies plugin that allows to connect to control vocabularies, and we are also actively participating in different Horizon 2020 projects, and the Dataverse is also kind of one of the biggest, largest data repositories in Europe because of that.
And maybe related to this, about data harmonization, you know, if you can select different databases or data sets that are on the same, how is that working? Because it's a long-lasting problem in science.
So currently we are working on a few projects, also in Netherlands, trying to harmonize data sets. So we're basically turning non-structured data into structured data, and it's, you know, in Dataverse we have a lot of metadata fields which are automatically predicted what to fill. So you're getting like string, and based on information you have in this string, it can recognize this is title and this is description, and this is keyword, should go to keyword, and basically you can create completely automated record and process that will deposit everything in Dataverse without human. And after human will be basically checking what is being deposited, and will correct also if there is something wrong. It's possible, yeah.
And one last question, Slava, before we break for lunch. There are quite a few hackers in the Discord. Some folks have already posted links to your slides just so that other people can go in and look at the information they're in. You will be on the Discord, so if anyone has questions, it's okay for them to reach out.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Wonderful.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, everyone, really appreciate the presentations from Sean, from Paul, from Barend, and from Slava today. We're going to go ahead and take I believe, about an hour-and-a-half break for lunch at this point, and we'll be coming back with some presentations from BioDAOs and others about the amazing work that they're doing. So that being said, for the folks on YouTube, please make sure to join back in for the afternoon session. And for the folks who are in person, I hope you enjoy lunch. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you enjoyed it. And to all of our friends who are on YouTube, hope you also enjoyed the little break and got a chance to dive into some of the many, many, many links that Slava shared. Those two talks were very purposefully put, one right after another, with Barend giving a lot of the theory behind scientific knowledge graphs and Slava giving practical implementation. And then the third section, which is once again very intentionally curated, comes from several of the BioDAOs. So up first, we have Mark from Cerebrum DAO, here to talk about core agents and some of the problems that they face, hopefully with an emphasis on how some of these tools can help. Give it up for Mark.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here because the idea of decentralized science, agents, and acceleration is a dream I've been talking about for years, some people for decades. For me, it's been years. Since I was getting into the concept of decentralized science a couple years ago, I always had this beautiful vision that we can combine APIs, agents, the ability of people digitized to create better results, better science, better innovations for society. I come from Cerebrum DAO. We are a recent BioDAO. I think we're literally 1 year old, I think in 2 weeks when we launched our token. So our focus is really about brains helping brains, connected community. We're really focused on neuroscience, tackling one of the biggest problems we face as society, which is neurodegeneration, reducing it, affecting it, hopefully solving it. Neurodegeneration is a big challenge that is really throughout societies and throughout the world. It can be related to many different factors. There's healthy aging, there's natural aging of the brain, as we call it. But reality, we have so many different factors, traumas, and influences that are affecting our brain, whether the system or the function. And there are some things that we try to address, like neurodegeneration, where we can bring interventions earlier on in the process to reduce this giant burden, which is going to be coming to various parts of our world. And the brain is an incredibly complex organ, complex part of ourselves, right? It's created when we're born. As we age, everything is essentially an interface and a stimuli to our brains. Traumas which occur in childhood or other times throughout the life can perpetuate in the decrease in cognitive function or just making it more difficult to lead the lives that we want to live. And because of that, many of us are looking for solutions, and we're really trying to solve the problem of putting the right resources and the right money and the right funding in the right science at the right time. I think that's one of the classic problems, one of the classic things that DAOs are trying to achieve, that we do science more efficiently to get more innovations and interventions into the hands, in this case, into the brains of people worldwide. This is difficult because we have to first understand the brain before we can really understand exactly how to treat the brain or to improve it. Anyone in the audience, either in YouTube land or out here in reality, do you have a sense, a feeling for how your brain has changed from the time you were born, through adolescence, through midlife, to where you are right now? Do you have a sense for how your weight has been changing from that time? There are some, it's really interesting, there are some parts of ourselves that we can measure super easily. I can step on a scale every day. I can see that my weight was going up 88, 89 kilograms, and it comes down a little bit. I can track the history, that evolution of my body. I can't really do the same thing for my brain. I had cancer a couple of years ago. When I was doing chemotherapy, my cognition would decrease from Monday until Wednesday. As I was doing chemotherapy, I could predict exactly when I would stop being functional as a person. But I didn't have a way to measure that. So this is one of the things that we're looking to do as a DAO, understand how brain structure function is changing, how it can be measured, and then how we can intervene. So we're doing this in a few different ways. One, understanding lifestyle factors, because there are many ways that we live our lives that can then affect how our brains are evolving over time, right? Smoking, alcohol, drugs, exercise, water. These can all have different effects, pluses and minuses, depending on which ones they are at which point in time. And then we want to help empower people through these interventions, whether it's pharma interventions where we're actually developing drugs that we can bring to market, or these are products which we can develop and develop an ecosystem around which can help with the lifestyle interventions. So some of the core activities, and we're talking really about what are the core agents that can be developed to facilitate the acceleration of science with DAOs like Cerebrum DAO. So some of our core activities are developing a product ecosystem, which is developing non-medical interventions that can be either developed through us in the DAO, through our understanding of what's happening with the brain, or it can be done through bringing in partners into this ecosystem, right? Research funding, translating research into intellectual property, licensing it, building that into the recurring value of the DAO is another big topic. We do development and science projects in the DAO, so we raise funding. We work with clinical or contact research organizations to do the research, whether it's looking at assay developments, trying to develop targets, or doing human clinical trials. We do spin-off companies. We just did a Fission Bio as one of our projects, is now going out into the world to create new solutions for mitochondrial dysfunction. And long-term, I see one of our big values is going to be creating sources to collect brain data so that we can start to build towards things like foundational models for brain health, which I think will be able to interact with other foundational models that are out there in the world, whether it's genetics, RNA, or other systems. So when I think about like the core, what can we really accelerate? Number one, it goes back to the question of the knowledge graph, which we talked about earlier in the morning. So this is one of the key needs that I think all the DAOs have. How can we conceptualize the knowledge that we have? Because every day our translational neuroscience team is doing research. They're looking for new deal opportunities. They're looking and asking the question, what can we do with the funding that we have to make the most impact on neurodegeneration that is not currently being addressed by other funding bodies, by the NIH or Horizon Europe or other organizations. So one, we always had the desire, the dream that we have a knowledge graph which we can have a snapshot of where brain health is right now, where are the solution pathways that we need to capitalize on, where we can put our funding and resources into, which will then translate into fulfilling our mission vision of getting rid of neurodegeneration. Practically, that means going then to deal sourcing. Again, if you've been working in sourcing deals or in a VC environment, it's a lot of work to also go out and find the people, the researchers that are going to have the biggest impact to fulfill the mission that you have. And then the question is, okay, we funded deals, how effective are they? What does this actual portfolio look like? Now, these are a lot of relatively basic but extremely useful activities that can be done and I think can be automatized so that we can accelerate a lot of the day-to-day activities that we have, because we want to get to the core of doing the best science at the right point in time. And I believe that the agent infrastructure, starting from the knowledge graph to experimental design to management of the deals, will help us have that snapshot and acceleration potential. And then the other part is setting up research studies, whether it's decentralized trials, doing trial planning, identifying the best people to include in trials, in trial inclusion criteria. Those are also some topics I know other companies and DAOs are working on, like WellShare. So I see a lot of potential for interfacing and integrating with them. When I talk about creating like a growing repository of brain health, this will first be happening through one of our product partnerships. We are partnered with a company called 21 Impact Labs. They develop an app called Xphonetic. Xphonetic assists people with making the right decisions for their brain, so addressing the lifestyle factors. We'll also have a cognitive assessment to assess cognitive brain health or change over time. And what we want to do is start bringing out this application, starting the collection of data, which can then be used together with biomarkers and interventions to understand what's the efficacy of the different lifestyle factors for people as a whole, so the generalized population, and also for individuals. And I believe the outcome of that will naturally be a brain health agent or brain health personalization engine, which is assisting people in knowing what interventions to take and how to really manage the change in their brain over time. Going back to the analogy of the scale and measuring your weight, if I measure my weight, I know what the trend is. I don't know what my trend in neurodegeneration is. So we really are trying to find ways to have a solution for that. Now, going into a lot of the day-to-day activities, we have a deal flow process. Very similar to other DAOs. You know, a lot of DAOs have been building all their processes based on what VitaDAO was doing originally, or looking to some of the other DAOs like AthenaDAO, you know, using examples, seeing what worked for one DAO, and then applying it to our use cases. And this is also where a lot of the day-to-day work goes into. Looking at different deals, identifying what researchers to work with, listening to these researchers, having multiple meetings, which can be recorded. You know, we can already start to create large data sets for the deals that we're evaluating at a certain point in time. We can then historically look at what deals we funded and why. So I believe we can create a nice set of training data for agents to understand how do we go from the mission vision, we want to solve neurodegeneration, to the science that we're funding, to the outcome and the success of those projects. So facilitating just the very simple process of sourcing, whenever you look at agent design, one of the first examples I always see is, hey, we're going to create a marketing agent which is going to go out and it's going to source new clients, and then we'll create emails to market to them directly so we can speed up the process for marketing or customer development. And it's very similar to the DAO. Now, there's a lot of templates that I've seen and have also started to experiment with Flowise and other agent systems to map out searching for new opportunities. I think one of the problems that we have, it really also goes to the exactness, the specificity of current agents or large language models. You know, one time I went to, well, it was like a month ago, I went to an Organoids conference in Basel, and I started chatting with one of the agents online on Twitter to start talking about, hey, this is what I've learned about organoids today. How are we going to accelerate this? How can we help solve neurodegeneration in the future? And I mean, it gave some good ideas, but it was very generic. It missed a lot of the specificity. That's where, again, going back to the knowledge graph and the concrete knowledge base, like our understanding of neurodegeneration at this point in time, that we know what works, we validated it, and it's not just generic information coming from ChatGPT, although it gets better and better every day with a lot of the example models we have out there. That's one of the things I'd really love to accelerate with the BioAgents and the core DAO agent challenges. Going back now to some of our projects, so you see how it's working. We funded a couple of IPT projects, so we fractionalized the intellectual property of a few core projects that are helping to fulfill our mission vision. One was Neuropercepta. This is a project which is looking at a supplement to help disentangle tau proteins that have accumulated in the brain. We look at mitochondrial dysfunction with Vision Bio, which is spun off as a company. And most recently, Paul alluded to this earlier today, looking at protein stability and reducing aggregates with the Transfidelity project. So we've done a good job, I think, over the past year of sourcing and translating these projects into fundable projects which are now executing on the science on. But it also took, a year, and there was a lot of stuff in between, like reviewing the deals, understanding what was the history of Percepta, going through like 20 patents of Percepta, understanding what were the actual claims included in that intellectual property, which would be valuable to then bring into a product, funding it, and then saying, okay, we're going to do a clinical trial. We look for a clinical trial organization. We start to set up our investigational report. What are the endpoints? Okay, we'll use the cognitive assessment from MoCA. Okay, we'll we've got it. It's running. It's like kicking off in Q2 of this year. But it also took a lot of time to do. And so we're also thinking, how do we accelerate those things? So understanding the problem, understanding the endpoints, understanding how we're going to prove whether or not this solution is working or not within the whole context of neurodegeneration. Those are some of the things that I'd love to see put into agents, which would really accelerate our research process. Another big thing is going back to the senior review process. I'll just jump back quickly to deal flow. Once we've qualified that a deal works, that we think it's going to be a great deal to fund, we still have to do final reviews to really look into, really in-depthly into the science. And that senior review process also takes time, it takes money. I don't think we want to fully replace the senior review process, but we really want to accelerate it and know that we can validate it with tools that are going to take the science that's been validated, is giving answers where we can go beyond just the opinions that we have of our deal flow members, but having a more measurable way to say, yeah, this project, this looks good at this point in time. If we fund it, we can expect a result in 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. That's kind of a big challenge to get over. I don't know if that can be solved with agents at this point in time, but I think we can start to form the foundation for creating agents that are exact enough to make those predictions. And again, it all goes back to having a solid knowledge graph which understands where we are in neurodegeneration and where we can be going. And then that brings us, so I've said, what are our core activities? Now, how are we getting it done? Because this is really where a lot of the challenges come up, right? Person-to-person communication, working in between different working groups on a common goal to get to the point where we've translated the idea into the funding, into the results. So at Cerebrum, we have a translational neuroscience team. We've got a product working group. There's community growth. And this is actually one of our big challenges right now. We've been focused so much on doing the science, doing clinical research, getting everything ready, doing the IPTs. We don't have always time to say, hey, world, look at us. This is what we just did. We're bringing this new solution to market, or we're bringing this new research project to the next phase. Isn't that amazing? Right? Because once you've been going through the deal flow process, you don't have time to write a tweet or to have an AMA space, right? All that stuff is taking up time. So we'd love to have better ways to translate our activities into forms that can be shown and communicated to the outside world. I think that's also a common with many different DAOs. I know many DAOs are doing it better than us. VitaDAO has always amazing stuff on Twitter. I'm always very envious of them. VitaDAO always looks really good as well. And we want to share our story in a more efficient way, just as we're doing science in a more efficient way. And I see that also as a very approachable, easy to do, I don't want to say easy. It's a goal that can be achieved, right? To translate the activities of the DAO, whether it's pulling on what's happening in Discord, always being obviously cognizant of data protection and not wanting to share things that are protected under NDA. But thinking of ways that we can have more of a data flow from our activities to the outside world. That would really help us a lot in just scaling the impact that we're having. Also then the governance and operations part of the DAO, which I think also translates across many organizations. Just the point of going from the deal sourcing process to then writing up the governance proposal. It's theoretically not a lot of time, but if you can save a couple hours here and there and save that time, which would be the focus of 2 or 3 different people over a week or 2 weeks, that's a big win, right? We've written a bunch of governance actions already. There's a training set for the form of what they look like. If we have the data from the review meetings of the deal flow process, which has been transcribed into a corpus, which can then be pulled and then put into the funding application, and we can do it faster, then we can focus more on our core of finding new deals and getting the right science at the right point in time. So we've been thinking about a lot of this stuff over the past couple of years, or last 2 years. And the whole team dynamics part is also, I think, a really interesting challenge for DAOs in particular, because they're decentralized, they're connected organizations. We can have a mission vision, but we have to also communicate it to ourselves, to our community. This can be done through things like writing standard operating procedures. Again, something very cool, very valuable, which takes time. And if we could just have a recording from explaining what we're doing in a deal flow process, for example, and we had a standard operating procedure automatically created for us, that would be amazing. And that would help with communication with new people coming into the DAO who share our vision for solving neurodegeneration. And of course, that's common to every organization. Anyone who's worked in a startup, and there's been new hires, and there's been old hires, who need to be onboarded to the culture of the DAO, who need to be onboarded to understanding where we are in our roadmap right now. What are we doing this week? What are we doing next week? These are things which take a lot of operational time to organize, and it's our job. But if we can make it easier, of course, this would be amazing. And I think that would really help to go from that stage of forming, storming, like skipping more to the norming and performing stage of team development. And that will be super valuable for any DAO which is launching and then growing. And I know there's a lot of new DAOs coming out every quarter now from Bio. It's very active, very awesome, really accelerating. And we put together our first concepts for core agents that we thought would be super valuable. The researcher, the deal flow evaluation, IPT projects. This is an agent which is really taking the corpus from a specific project like Fission Bio or Percepta, and then it can communicate that project on the project webpage. So that's a lot easier for people like token holders or prospective token holders to dive into the project and understand what it's about, commit to it, and help to support it. Long-term things like product sourcing will also be valuable. And I think the cool thing is that when you have the deal evaluation or deal sourcing agent, changing it for product is very easy or very straightforward. Something, what are the foundations it can build and then build upon to accelerate other agent development. The brain health agent is one of the long-term goals that we have, and it requires that we first launch Exponetic, build the first brain health database, build the interventions, and then that data can go in and help with brain health personalization agents. With our personal roadmap within Cerebrum, we did prototyping and more requirements gathering and understanding over the past half year. Been working with some frameworks like Flowise to do prototypes, like we were releasing, doing first, let's say, MVP prototypes for things like IPT agent, for Percepta. And then when I heard that the BioAgent Hackathon was happening, I thought this is amazing. We can sync up, we can take a lot of these agent requirements and architectures and then provide them as templates that you can see exactly how this would facilitate our use cases. We also have like old concepts from the past, full architecture diagrams where we talk about what's the DAO, what are the key things that we can accelerate, whether it's focus, and even back then, a year ago, knowledge graph was basically the biggest thing. Combine it with the language model, combine it with our own knowledge base inside the DAO. And I mean, as far as agent design goes, I feel like this is, V1 before you get into like really, really high level stuff that we've also been talking about today. Looking for the core values that we can deliver in a short period of time with really robust results. And I think the basic RAG pipeline for DAOs make it easy to set up. Just take the literature review that we've already been doing, don't redo more work, but take all the knowledge you already have and make it available to the agent system. Would already accelerate, I think, quite a bit of the use cases. In the agent design process, or the research process we've been doing, I oftentimes start with user flow. So very practically, what's the user flow for the deal flow process? What's the user flow for a researcher? I set up templates in Mural, which can also be accessible and shareable if people want to steal them or, take them over. And from this, we go from user flow to product or agent requirements. And then the question is, okay, if we're using the Eliza framework, what's the functionality we already have? Is this a requirement for a new plugin? And I want to be able to make it easy to have that conversation with all the developers so you can really understand our problems and really how to implement. And then for some of the projects, we already have basic architecture diagrams where it says, we need this corpus of patents. We need this corpus of research articles. We imagine we'll use the OpenAI API and we'll have a Pinecone database. Kind of like the classic RAG architecture. And for the specific problem needs, we've listed out everything for the initial desires. For the neuroscience researcher, we develop goals, the identity. We haven't gone in and done like prompt engineering, for example, but we want to have the initial requirements so that the goal of the agent is to mine the literature that's currently out there in the wild, and then look at things that can be brought into a database and then approved by our human researchers, so that we also have that checks and balance, that human in the loop that I think we also have been talking about this morning. And then the tool input that we see, or in this case, sub-agents, things like web scraper, evaluating the papers or research, generating reports. A lot of this stuff I think can also be done on some of the more open-ended or accessible systems out there, like OpenAI or Google Deep Research, where we're looking at ways that we can customize it, really for our needs. The knowledge graph curation is probably one of the most exciting things for me personally, thinking about this hackathon, because just being able to curate and create these knowledge graphs, it gives like that snapshot, that tangible thing that we then have inside the DAO, which is a very clear output of the translational neural research work. Because it's very difficult, even with a deal flow process, you might be talking to researchers for a long time, and you might not realize all the information that you've collected during that process. It's difficult to have it in one place, but I think the knowledge graph is really the logical way to make that happen. We talked a bit about the senior review process. This really requires in-depth knowledge about the specific project that's being reviewed, which would probably also require its own new research agent to run, new knowledge graph to be created and validated, and having the human in the loop to validate the output of that. Again, we don't want to completely replace the existing senior researchers, but we want to have a more level understanding for the review process, the inputs, and the output. So for a lot of these, we also would have available data, like the criteria that we have for deals that we currently use that could be taken over as the agent personality or essential prompt engineering. I think we can also make available some of the past transcripts for some of the meetings or deal flow meetings, where we can use that as training data so the agent can understand what question to ask at what point in time, right? That's one of the essential things I hope we can get to, the mind of the senior reviewer, how can it be translated into an agent system? It'd be really amazing. Deal flow, we talked about before, automating this, I think it's essential. It's relatively straightforward if we want to have a hockey stick, exponential growth of DAO research and funding. Because we've seen this already a couple of years ago. We can create a knowledge graph, we can create a process. It takes human time to scale. And that's basically a limitation of us as humans. And that's why we have agents, so we can make it all happen faster. Product sourcing, again, our mission is to look at regulated interventions as well as non-regulated, so product interventions. For this, it's really more akin to understanding what's out there in the market, connecting with groups that we want to bring into our product marketplace so that we can have a collection of revenue-generating products which are all within the brain health journey sphere so that they're validated scientifically. We understand what their purpose is and what their efficacy is, and that can then be communicated to users and customers of the DAO. And then long term, the drug development agent, which is slightly mislabeled here, searching for and evaluating different drug targets. Doing this on a wide scale is also something which touches on, I think, many of the topics we've already talked about. Repurposing drugs, repurposing research results to understand, can we create more effective drugs? Can we repurpose drugs that have been tested for efficacy already or been tested for safety already, but they are now being repurposed for a different efficacy or a different purpose? Doing that at scale is something that would be amazing for an agent to be able to do, which of course can take together literature research, foundational genetic models, most likely, in silico screening processes, right? It's a very advanced agent. I think a lot of people are working on it, but it would also be super cool to make some more advancement in that field. I am very happy to talk about this at length for anyone wanting to listen or co-develop. I'll be accessible on the Discord. My name is Melnykowicz. Also contact me via email, and hope we can help to contribute to our mission vision of brains helping brains and solving neurodegeneration. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Mark. So we're going to open it up to the audience for questions. Does anyone have anything they want to ask? All right.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for the very insightful structure talk about the DAO and how it works. I think it was very clear and also for some people probably familiar, especially like the deal flow process. I'm curious, how does it work? Like, is there a form on the website? Where does the data go? How does it get evaluated? Like, is it a already solved, frictionless experience? Or I just wonder, what tooling do you use? Do you use Airtable? Do you use...
Yeah,
like,
so we started, like, we have a form. I don't know how often it's used right now, because this is the other thing. We're also trying to source from different areas. And we're also redoing our website so it's going to be more accessible so people understand what our funding process is and how to apply to us. We did have a form, and then it would basically go at that time to Asana, so it would come into a task, which could then go directly into the evaluation process. There's also a lot of person-to-person, identifying a researcher, reaching out to them. They might contact us, not through the form, just through person-to-person. We set up a first meeting, and then set up another meeting. So I think there's a hybrid process. It kind of depends on who's contacting, and there's definitely different ways to streamline it. And yeah.
Because I think the potential for the agent is, like right now we have 10, 15 DAOs, like if they have their own processes, they kind of all need their own agent. So in like a perfect world, there would be some common ground, and then you could develop agents that other DAOs could reuse then, or like slightly modify. But I think, yeah, from what I heard from your talk, it seems like very structured, but maybe I will ask you later about some more details. Would love to learn more.
Yeah, I mean, it has a structure. I wouldn't say it's very structured. And I think that's also one cool opportunity is like co-funding between DAOs for common areas. I mean, you heard about this with the Trans Fidelity project. I think someone totally correct me if I say something wrong, but it was originally from VitaDAO, and then we came in because it was also going more towards the brain, and then we sort of started to take the lead on it. So there was a type of co-funding existing, but it wasn't really assessed that way from the get-go. So this idea of having co-projects from the beginning, because then you're also able to pull more resources into that project, if it makes sense, could also be a nice agent architecture goal. But yeah, happy to discuss more.
Does anyone else have questions for Mark? Okay. Well, seeing nothing else from the audience, thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate it. And up next on the agenda today, we have Reese from VitaDAO.
Hello, good afternoon. I've watched so many talks online that it's great to be here in real life in this DeSci haven at last. So my name's Reese. I'm a longevity scientist and I've been a contributor to VitaDAO for about 3 years now. In case any of you are unaware, VitaDAO is a DAO which focuses on extending human health span and lifespan. And so far, we've funded around 24 projects and deployed around $4 million. And today, I'm going to talk to you about one of our initiatives, which is a journal that we run. And then this will feed into our track for this BioHackathon called the Longevity Atlas, building a decentralized knowledge network with Agentic research hypothesis engine. And so to begin, for the non-scientists or those that aren't aware of the scientific publishing process, what happens is that scientists work away in the labs until they've got enough data, they write a manuscript that's ready to submit, and then they send that to an editor, and that might be with them for a couple of weeks, and at that point, it can get rejected, and then you have to send it somewhere else and quite often reformat it for the particular journal's structure, or if they like it, they can then send it to peer review. And then it tends to be around 3 or 4 peer reviewers, and this can take anywhere from around 4 to 6 weeks for them to get back. They send it to the editor has a look, he might reject it, and then you go back to square one, again, reformat, send to a different journal, or he might send it to, might have some revisions that you need to do. And now biological experiments take a long time, so the revision process can take weeks, if not months to do, and then you send them back, and then there might be more revisions, and so the process can take a long time. And at any stage, you can be rejected and go back to square one again. And I'd say the average time frame for a submission to being published is around a year, and this is quite a long time, as we were discussing earlier, that the science is already old by now. It was discovered a year or 2 ago, and it's not even been published yet. One of the benefits of this process is that it helps to increase the scientific integrity, so you have more trust in the research that's coming out. But at the same time, it's a huge delay from discovery to dissemination, and then that also has risks with scientists being scooped during that period. If someone else publishes it, they can no longer publish it, and their career relies on these to get grants, to get more funding, to do more research. So it's a bit of an issue. And so along came preprints, which helped to solve a lot of these issues. And they're essentially repositories for scientists to upload their manuscripts as soon as they are ready. And what this does is it allows the scientists to share their discoveries with the world immediately. And it also signals to the world who made the discovery and allows the community to start giving earlier feedback. And another positive is that there are no paywalls on the preprint servers so that everyone can see the research. One of the big drawbacks is that it's not peer reviewed, so the findings haven't been scrutinized, and so this can be open to misinterpretation by the media or the public. However, for scientists, they're really good because it allows them to keep up to date. However, as you could imagine, there's a lot of research that's going on daily, so the number of preprints being uploaded to these servers is hundreds per day, so it makes it incredibly difficult to keep up. And so at VitaDAO, we decided to start our own preprint curation, and it's a journal called an overlay journal in which we spotlight the most interesting longevity research each quarter, and so we give visibility to what we think is really, really important research at current time as opposed to years in the future when it's no longer novel because other people have probably showed similar things or whatnot. And so the way we go about this is each quarter I curate a long list of about 60 preprints, and then we had an editorial board of 5 longevity PhDs, and we would all vote on these preprints to whittle them down to 10. And then we recruited around 35 key opinion leaders in the longevity space, and we got them to vote on-chain to determine the rank order of these preprints, which actually you could imagine was quite an interesting thing to do, setting professors up with their own crypto wallets. The amount of issues that we had, from lost password, lost seed phrases, one even managed to get hacked and have their wallet drained. It was, it's interesting. As we know, the UI, UX of crypto still needs a lot of work. But you can see here on the right-hand side is one of our snapshot votes that we had. So we could see that 21 people thought the impact of short-lived controls was the most important preprint of that quarter. And so we were able to shine a spotlight on that and show the world what really cool research is going on. And here you can see one of the issues of the longevist. So the 3 which were voted the top were given curator's choice status, and they were all adorned with their own human-AI hybrid artwork, which was created by Simon McLennan, which many of you probably know is a graphical wizard. He's been fantastic for VitaDAO and all the DAOs and everything. He's brilliant. And so far, we've managed to have our ISSN number awarded to us so that we're like an official journal. We've collaborated with bioRxiv. They now have introduced a little communities tab which allows discussion to occur on their platform for research. And when you click on a longevist featured preprint, you can see the conversation that can go on so that people are discussing this research rather than it just being behind closed doors in peer review for a long time. We were also featured as a development in the field in rejuvenation research, and we also formed a collaboration with one of the aging journals, MPG Aging, that allowed any of our curator's choice preprints to go straight to peer review. So if someone didn't want to go through the editorial, desk rejection, resubmit phase, they'd know that if they had curator's choice status, they could go straight to peer review in this journal. And moving forward, we really want to empower our readers in a few different ways. And so we want to increase the frequency of our curation. So at the moment, it was quarterly, which is probably all we could really ask of the key opinion leaders. But we really want to step it up to monthly to give more up-to-date, because one of the issues with quarterly is by the time the quarter's over and we do the shortlisting and then the voting and then getting the issue out, some of the preprints could already be like 5 months old. And that's like the opposite to what we wanted to achieve, is we want to tell people what the most important research is right now. And so we're hoping to step up to a monthly curation. And we also want to provide tools to make the scientific literature easier for people to understand, not just at the level of scientists, but anyone who's interested, no matter what their background, no matter what their age. We want to set up an agent that you can have discussions with and has a really good understanding of the literature that can explain it to a 3-year-old up until a top-level professor. And so to achieve this, we're going to gradually transition to automated curation by developing our bespoke longevist AI agent, Leia, and she'll be designed to autonomously create and analyze the most groundbreaking longevity preprints. And this is going to be the new workflow funnel for the journal. And so scientists will continue to upload their preprints to repositories such as bioRxiv, medRxiv. And then we've developed a scraping code, which is essentially a number of keywords to do with longevity, health span, hallmarks of aging, that then filter out all of the ones that are longevity related. But within that, you still do get a lot of false positives coming out. And that's where Leia is then going to step in. We're going to get her, is she a her? She can be a her, to then curate the ones that she thinks are the most interesting. And then at the end of the month, Leia can then choose the top 10 and also provide a rationale for why exactly she chose these. And here we have the roadmap. So we're going to set up the agent and allow her to start suggesting high quality preprints. and eventually we want her to sort of run autonomously. And once we're happy with her that she can essentially curate really good preprints, we're going to relaunch the Longevis. We're currently paused at the moment while we're developing this. And so to begin, we're going to have layers curation with the human curation, and we're going to work together to form that. But then as we go on, we want to turn to being the journal completely automated, so there will be no human input, and we can just have a monthly curation of the top research coming around. And then we also want to expand layers usage across lots of other VitaDAO initiatives. So one of the ones that we have is Vita Labs. So it's a new model that VitaDAO has where we're taking more of a venture studio take on funding research. And so we're inviting people in to come up with ideas from the ground up, and then we'll fund their basic ideas to the proof of principle stage. And then if they've got legs and are promising, then we can potentially do an IPT and raise further funds for that research. And yeah, eventually all of this will be protocolized and automated. And so this brings us on to the track for this hackathon. And so, as we've said, the amount of research in the longevity space is increasing exponentially, and it's hard to filter out what's important from the noise. So the main challenge of this track is to create a decentralized knowledge network that comprehensively maps all of the hallmarks of aging, their interconnections, and create a hypothesis generation engine. And we want to build a system that not only generates hypotheses with contextual evidence, but contributes to a shared knowledge layer through Origin Trails DKG plugin. And with providing a curation of over 500 plus longevity papers to help with the training of this, that are all up within a year old. And there are numerous desired outcomes that we have from this track, and so we want to see a comprehensive knowledge cartography, we want to have a contribution to the biograph, an interactive visualization system, as we said, an autonomous hypothesis engine, and then documentation on the system architecture, the different data sources, a knowledge graph ontology. And then we want to have decentralized knowledge integration, so to utilize Origin Trails DKG plugin to contribute to the publicly accessible biograph. And I've said that we'll be looking to form this on the hallmarks of aging. And for those of you who are not in the field, there's been a collective effort to try to define what exactly is aging, and so far they've come up with a number of hallmarks which seem to be essentially markers of age that happen to all human beings with time. And so we've got genomic instability, so that's your DNA, it gets damaged, it loses the ability to repair itself. So you've got loss of proteostasis, so proteins are involved in essentially doing most of the functions in a cell, but with time they sort of become, well, due to mutations and things, and due to redox environment and different stresses, proteins function become impaired. There's cellular senescence, so lots of cells have the ability to divide, but eventually they make a decision to not divide again if they've accumulated a big amount of damage. And that's thought to be a tumor suppressor mechanism to stop them from carrying on and producing daughter cells which become cancerous. But the issue of cellular senescence is, the idea is that they are to get removed by the immune system, but as your immune system starts to falter with age, the clearance of them decreases, and they actually secrete a lot of inflammatory factors into the environment, which causes a lot of damage to the surrounding tissue, and paradoxically can lead to like a pro-cancerous environment, which leads on to chronic inflammation, sort of the infiltration of immune cells. And then we have telomere attrition. So telomeres won the Nobel Prize. These are little caps on the end of your chromosomes which get degraded without time. And yeah, the list goes on. There's nutrient sensing, stem cell exhaustion, epigenetic alterations. And so the for the hackathon, we'd like people to encompass all of the hallmarks of aging into the model. And this will be evaluated on a number of metrics. So we've got scientific accuracy, so the correctness of the extracted information and biological connections. We've got knowledge organization, cross-hallmark integration, automated research quality, hypothesis evidence, DKG implementation, and user experience. And you can see all of these online, which I'll give the link to in a sec. And then the winning hypotheses will be subject to eligibility screening and vetting via paper QA2. And as I mentioned before, we've enlisted quite a large number of key opinion leaders in the longevity field that have been set up with their crypto wallets. And so what we can do is we can take the hypotheses that are generated from the hackathon and get them to vote on Snapshot to determine which of the hypotheses they think are the best. And then eligible hypotheses could also be referred to our in-house venture studio, Vita Labs, which I mentioned before. And so any hypotheses that come from this hackathon, we can potentially test in the laboratory with Vita Labs. And if any of them get positive results and we want to take them further, we could do an IPT raise and give a share of the IPTs to the developers. And so, yeah, we've got the hackathon, but then we could also take it further into real-world scientific research. And then I think there's one more. Okay, so the last slide was just a timeline of the hackathon, which you can see on ai.vitadao.com. And yeah, that's all I have to say. And if there are any scientific or publication questions, you can direct them towards me. Or if there's anything more AI related, I'm looking at Leo, our AI guy at VitaDAO. So yeah, thank you for listening.
Waiting on the microphone for a second. We'll see if anyone has questions. All right. Does anyone have questions that they'd like to ask? I see one over here.
Thank you. Super interesting. My question is about this agent that would be able to select preprint papers. Do you envision a function like a feedback to the research group in terms of like, oh, if you could add this experiment or if you could add this kind of information, your paper would be much better? I mean, ultimately, this could become a research advisor, right?
Yeah, I think something like that would be fantastic. And I think that's kind of what the sort of preprint servers want to happen with their, so I showed the community tab, and the bioarchive people, when we spoke to them, were saying they wanted a way that you could have like attestations on the bioarchive essentially, and it could have one for statistical reliability, scientific reliability, even like grammar or whatever you could have. And so if you were able to sort of quantify the integrity of scientific papers pre-peer review, you could essentially not need peer review. And so, yeah, exactly. If we have our agent that's capable of analyzing these papers, we have got no incentive to let the journals have their time. We would, yeah, definitely get in contact with them and tell them. We were discussing with Alex using the yes-no error for all of the curated preprints that we're going to use. We're going to, as a perk for the researchers, run it through that, because you need a crypto wallet, and obviously getting all the curated researchers to do that is going to be difficult. So one of the things we will do is to run all of our curations through that as well. But yeah, definitely, once Layer is up and running with 100%, we'll definitely, yeah, message the researchers with their suggestions.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else see Lucas has one?
Hi. Amazing presentation. I was just wondering whether would you be able to get the KOLs basically to do peer-reviewed for some of the publications like preprint?
Would we be able to get the what, sorry?
Peer review, some randomly chosen preprints maybe, and compare it to basically the peer review of the agent to basically do some benchmarking?
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting thing to do. So we can track the preprints. On the servers, you can follow the preprints, and then you get updates when they're published. And a lot of the journals do have their peer reviews made public. So I think, yeah, that would be a really good exercise to compare layer to human and see what happens. There could be an additional way of training inputs. Yeah, I think that'd be a really good idea.
I mean, this way you could actually prove that the agent is as good as, for example, the reviewer, right? So it would actually be cool.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised.
Me neither.
Even just with straight up ChatGPT or whatever, and I'd type in things to do with particular research. It's astounding at how good they are now at like finding holes and things. So yeah, it's exciting times.
Nice.
So I actually have a question from my side. I love kind of the idea of starting to move past peer review as the sole mechanism for the validation of scientific research. Would love to hear what thoughts you have as to validation in a more agentic world, as opposed to recreating some of the current human processes that we have.
So instead of the traditional peer review with a human take, we're going to see what the agents come up with.
As we think about, are there other forms of scientific validation which you think further in the future could start to be valuable outside of just peer review on the manuscript?
So I think you can analyze them at lots of different levels. I don't know what an agent's going to see in the research. So they might see things that we've not even thought about, right? So like was being discussed earlier, that it's all hallucinations. It's just that some of them are meaningful to us and we pluck those ones out. What will be really interesting is to see what patterns come out of the agents and try to interpret what exactly they found. Because there might be ways of peer reviewing that we just don't know about right now. And so I think it would be really interesting just to set them up on the data and see what they come out with. And who knows what that might look like, but it would be interesting to see.
Could be really cool. Does anyone else have questions? Going once, going twice. All right. Thank you, Reese.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. All righty. And thank you all for being here today. I hope you know that we really appreciate it. We hope that you got something out of this first day of the conference. This is the last presentation of the day. So you can take a deep breath, let it out. We're done with talks. Get a nice stretch in, a little bit of yoga. It's going to be okay. So this is the final presentation of the day, and we're just going over some very basic hackathon details. I'm going to try and keep things high level. I'm going to try and keep things a little bit on the faster side. And we hope that folks continue to stay around after the event. I believe we have plenty of space and opportunities for people to talk and discuss and to see what they think about the hackathon itself. We also have conversations that are starting to happen in the Discord channel. So for anyone who's interested in contributing virtually from the YouTube or any other source where people are actually watching this live stream, we encourage you to do so. And we're very excited to hear what you think and what you have to say. Okay. So with that being said, this is just a very quick overview of the hackathon details themselves. So we've started off with a presentation from Barend Mons, senior author of the FAIR paper on theory. Then we went into a presentation from Slava, I'm not going to try and pronounce your last name because I know I'm going to butcher it, I'm sorry, on the implementation details. And then these last two presentations have focused primarily on the problems that any of these individual DAOs face and the opportunities that they see in the agentic research landscape. So what we as BioProtocol are working to do with this particular hackathon is trying to find the overlaps between each and every single one of these individual groups and trying to find the point where as BioProtocol we can help push these groups forward with each initiative, be it deal flow, be it longevity and preprint curation, and to a certain extent that comes down to the knowledge graph. So the four things that I'm going to quickly go over today. It's prize allocations, it's guidance from the judges, it's the event rules, and it's just a quick overview on the structure and timing itself. So I think Sean has already gone over a little bit of the perspective on the prizes for this event. So we have our main prize, which is focused on scientific outcomes. We've outlined quite a few different tracks in ai-docs.bio.xyz, which should be posted pretty much everywhere if you're a part of the hackathon, but that is going through and looking for outcomes from the scientific record. So this is more specifically focused on knowledge graph curation and utilization, as was mentioned in a variety of talks. We have a $35,000 prize for core agents, which is a part of what Mark talked about in his conversation, but it's to a large extent the operational details around any of these individual BioDAOs. And then there's also something which Sean and I kind of wanted to point out as we were organizing this event. 2 months is a long time, and we understand that. So we have $15,000 in auxiliary prizes where we can work to allocate money for people who give great tweets about the event, who host a space, who try to bring people in on YouTube, who help to push more awareness around the work that we're doing, because ultimately we see that as a huge goal. This event is not just about a knowledge graph. As with any hackathon, a huge part of what we're trying to do is build a community. And we hope that each and every single one of you watching is interested by the topics that are being presented and is interested in kind of coming into a community focused around agentic research, helping to build with us, and as BioXYZ, helping to see the entirety of the DeSci ecosystem grow, and hopefully being a part of that growth from your own standpoint. So with that being said, whenever Sean and I were putting this hackathon together, we asked the judges for a couple different things. And one of those was pieces of guidance for Web3 developers who are brand new to academia. What are the common mistakes that you see people make whenever they first come into academia? And the biggest, most resounding answer from different judges was to make sure you realize that researchers are human beings, that there may be a lot of technical talks, there may be complex discussions, but right now is a very difficult time to be a researcher. A lot of them have experienced funding cuts. The implicit social contracts that they were given as a part of their job are no longer being honored. So make sure that as you're talking to any researchers who are on the Discord, approach them with empathy, approach them with understanding, approach them from a place of trying to help and trying to be supportive. So that is one thing that we really do want to emphasize as Bio. Please be respectful of the people who you meet in this Discord. The next thing is to understand the importance of precision within research. A huge part of the reason that we're taking the knowledge graph approach as opposed to exclusively LLMs has to do with the precise nature of scientific research. And the fact that it's very easy to mix up two different genes in vector space as an LLM, but whenever you have a more structured format for data, becomes easier to disambiguate complex concepts. So that is another mistake that judges often saw from developers coming into the space. Another thing that was kind of highlighted was the fact that quality data management and metadata is another huge key. So as you're working to build information, as you're working to scrape papers, we encourage you to focus on the metadata and how that's actually transmitted. And then the last thing was a focus on the fact that not all academic data is created equal. So as we're viewing these knowledge graphs, both as manuscripts, as data, as code, as any of the outputs from the larger scientific process, one great example is, maybe a grad student was actually collecting data in a lab, going to publish it. They didn't have enough sleep the night beforehand. Their hand was tremoring a little bit. Whenever we think about data in Web3, one of the huge things that we think about is data straight from the blockchain, where it's a series of transactions that are properly structured, that are easily queryable, and that have the same level of fidelity. Not all academic data is made equal, so make sure to take that into account as you're building. And that was, I think, kind of some of the key points. Then a couple quick event rules that are important for us to go over beforehand. First and foremost, we expect any hacker to publish any of the code that they create under an MIT license. We would appreciate it if you could work to structure some of this information as Eliza plugins, as MCP servers, as tools that other developers can reuse. And we will be using the auxiliary prize pool to help incentivize early publishing of key tools, which we think could be foundational for future work. Another quick point for prize invoices, just want to make sure people are aware, you do have to give a name and an address for our invoicing team to actually put information out there. Another key point, academic licenses. So copyright is a huge challenge within academia. So for anyone who's going through, please make sure that you understand the copyright rules behind manuscripts that you're using. Then just generally from there, make sure that you're looking at the code of conduct, that you're respecting the time of the judges, and that you're being aware of market conditions and kind of how that does continue to affect. So we do have to put the disclaimer in that market conditions will affect the event, but we're excited to continue forward and see no current reasons why that would be a problem. But moving on, the structure and timing. So for the hackathon kickoff, we have the 8th to the 10th in Berlin. We have a quick plug-in sprint for the first 2 weeks, which is focused primarily around building MCP servers and Eliza plugins. So that is essentially building paths to every single piece of academic tooling that is known to humankind. We also have a development sprint that starts also on the 8th and goes until Solana Accelerate on May 18th. So from that, we have some really exciting opportunities for teams to present at Solana Accelerate, some of the work it is that they've been doing, and making sure that they get highlighted by the teams who are there. This could potentially include retweets from very large accounts on Twitter and other social media platforms, so it's a great way to try and get publicity. Then after Solana Accelerate, we've got the last 3 weeks of work where we hope to see teams continue to refine their solution, hopefully in tandem with judges. The submissions close on June 27th, and then finally we will have the hackathon closing at DeSci Berlin from June 10th to June 11th. And with that being said, this is just a very high level of information. Wanted to run through that really quickly for anyone who's curious, but we are very excited to work with each and every one of you. Knowledge graphs as the foundation for a better scientific record, for a map to impact, has such a potential to accelerate decentralized science as a larger community, has the potential to give us insights that the traditional system is unable to mine in the first place, has the potential to continue pushing us forward and to making sure that we are funding some of the best projects out there. So with that being said, really excited to work with all of you, and yeah, hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow.
you.